Chapter 1208. Unless this Ingshan Snow Eagle has reached the final realm of Cosmos God, Ancestor Fan said. He stood together with Emperor Summer and Emperor Tsong. The three of them were looking at the distant southern void. No, Emperor Summer nonchalantly said. Even though the many arrays in Facius City are powerful, the profound mysteries behind the arrays are mainly focused on the Tao of Void, guiding the chaotic origin energy. I am certain that those arrays are only formidable in controlling the chaotic origin energy. They have yet to reach the final realm in the Tao of Void. When Ancestor Fan and Emperor Sky heard this, they did not suspect anything. After all, Emperor Summer was an existence who had reached the final realm in both the Tao of Void and the Tao of Flame. His comprehension of the chaotic origin energy was deep too. He's not even at the ultimate level, yet he's this strong. Even if he has a supreme secret impartation, it shouldn't be like this. Ancestor Fan was puzzled. The increase in strength is very abnormal. Grey Emperor also nodded. Yes, Emperor Summer muttered to himself. Previously, when he disrupted the ritual of Undying Underworld Emperor, the avatar he sent out had the combat power of a final realm expert. But more importantly, his ability to control the chaotic origin energy is even more amazing, in my opinion. He must have acquired a supreme secret impartation, using the peak level 2 Cosmos God realm and a supreme graded secret impartation to unleash a final realm strength. As a Void Tao final stage expert, his judgment was very accurate. As for the power of an ultimate prime, by relying on the support of the formations of a city, they will generally only be able to rise to the level of an ordinary invincible prime, the Xia Emperor said. For instance, the 8 Silk Island Lord, the Sacred Fire City Lord, and other ultimate realm demons. Although they didn't have any supreme secret treasures, they would manage their bases to be impregnable. In their bases, they were invincible. It was only because the Southern Cloud King was too wealthy that he could afford to spend a huge sum of money. That was how he could gain unparalleled strength in the Southern Cloud capital. And when Ming Di is in his normal state, the power he can unleash isn't any weaker than mine. My doppelgangers can only match him if they work together. Emperor Xia said. Although Emperor Hades had also reached the ultimate level in 2 Daos, he could tell that Emperor Hades had a more profound foundation and displayed more power. Fortunately, the Xia Emperor had many clones. When he was fighting with his life on the line, that strange golden energy covered his palm. The strength he can unleash is even stronger by a few times. This strength might even be comparable to some of the weaker chaotic origin life forms. Emperor Summer was startled. With this strength, even unparalleled existences would be heavily injured in 1 or 2 moves. He would definitely flee and not dare to fight back. This level of combat power, Ingshan Snow Eagle is able to fight against just by relying on the arrays of Facius City. Emperor Summer shook his head. I don't understand. Indeed, he couldn't understand it. The Xia Emperor was able to understand how the formations of Facius City worked. Emperor Xia was able to see through most of the moves that Dongbua Shuiying had executed. But the might of the moves was beyond his expectations. That surging chaotic origin energy. Every move and technique contained a frightening power that startled Emperor Summer. No matter what, even Undying Underworld Emperor could only leave the Facius City in a miserable state, let alone us. Ancestor Fan sighed. At least in Facius City he is invincible. He has also formed a huge enmity with Undying Underworld Emperor. Undying Underworld Emperor has said that as long as he is discovered coming out, he will kill him. Emperor Tsong said. Humph. Emperor Summer sneered. He is merely saying some ruthless words. The moment Snow Eagle conceals and changes his aura, we can't trace him at all. If he stands in front of Undying Underworld Emperor might be able to see through him. But as long as he doesn't take the initiative to appear in front of Undying Underworld Emperor, I don't believe that undying underworld emperor could trace down Dongbua Shueing in the vast realm heart, great land. Seeing through and tracing down were two different directions. Undying underworld emperor being able to see through was something that startled Emperor Summer. He did not believe that undying underworld emperor could trace down the avatars of Dongbua Shueing. Right. Ancestor Fan chuckled. Yingshan Snow Eagle has many avatars scattered across the realm heart, great land. If he could trace them down, given the temper of undying underworld emperor, he would have massacred them all. Ha! Emperor Tsang guffawed. As long as he remains low profile, undying underworld emperor can't do anything to Yingshan Snow Eagle, unless Yingshan Snow Eagle reveals his strength. Various organizations were discussing. Summer Wind Ancient Nation and Myriad Realms Ancient Nation had Emperor Summer and Drifter. Hence, they were certain that Dongbua Shueing was not at the final realm, but other organizations were still puzzled. After all, they could not see through Dongbua Shueing if they were not final realm experts in the Tao of Void. Only they were certain of one point. Yingshan Snow Eagle was unparalleled in the Feishua city. This was proven by an earth-shattering battle, forcing the number one expert in Realm Heart Great Land, Undying Underworld Emperor, proved how strong Dongbua Shueing was. According to Old Ancestor, Yingshan Snow Eagle isn't at the final realm and is still a level 2 Cosmos God. What? How could this be possible? Over time, the news of Dongbua Shueing not reaching the final realm spread. Only many experts felt puzzled. In the sky above Feishua City, Dongbua Shueing did not care about how the outside world viewed him. Instead, he bowed to Barbaturin, Sword Master, and that Starlight World Master. Many thanks to the three of you for coming to help me at this moment. They were willing to stand out and help him at this moment. Dongbua Shueing felt moved too. Haha, it seems there is no need for us to act at all. The starlight-robed male chuckled. The strength of Monarch Feishua is amazing, truly amazing. Monarch Feishua is indeed Monarch Feishua. Barbaturin chuckled. He was genuinely grateful to Dongbua Shueing. He even felt in his heart that this Yingshan Snow Eagle was an absolute expert with a heaven-defying talent. Unlike him who relied on some shortcuts, the Snow Eagle had cultivated step by step to where he was. Snow Eagle admirable. Sword Master chuckled. There was naturally no need for the two of them to speak too much. I can only barely resist against him in Feishua City. If I were in the outer world, I would only be killed. Dongbua Shueing shook his head with a smile. He then added, "The three of you, please come to my residence for a gathering." "It's fine." The starlight-robed male chuckled. "It is time for me to leave. In the future, if Monarch Feishua were to head to the Broken Teeth mountain range and coincidentally pass by the Starlight World, you can come and find me." Saying that, his body turned into starlight and dissipated. "Definitely," Dongbua Shueing said. Barbaturin and Sword Master did not decline. They treated Dongbua Shueing as one of their own and directly descended into Feishua City. Dongbua Shueing welcomed the two of them. He brought them into his monarch residence. "My Yingshan clan has given birth to an amazing expert." Old Mother Yingshan stood at the peak watching as Dongbua Shueing brought Insect Ancestor and Sword Master into his monarch residence. She could not help but feel her heart surging. In terms of strength, any avatar he sent out had the power of a final realm expert. In Feishua City, he could even fight against the number one expert in Realm Heart Great Land, Undying Underworld Emperor. Amazing! He is actually the child of that son of mine, Yingshan Laihu? I dare not imagine it. I knew Monarch Feishua would become amazing in the future. I've heard that he suffered a huge loss in the hands of Eternal Night, primogenitor in the Realm Heart God Palace, and I was even feeling vexed for Monarch Feishua. Who would have thought that Monarch Feishua would use the identity of Heaven's Will Daoist to intimidate all devils in Realm Heart, Great Land by himself? Even Eternal Night, Primogenitor, could not deal against him. Even though he offended the more terrifying, undying Underworld Emperor, he could not deal against Faciua City at all. Ha ha ha! When Monarch Faciua becomes stronger in the future, who knows, he might become unparalleled. He is building an ancient nation. The surrounding primal chaos experts from Ing Shan clan were all exclaiming in admiration. They felt terrified and uneasy during the battle previously, because the city was destroyed and they were doomed. And now they were excited and proud. Since the Ing Shan clan produced such an absolute overlord, it was destined that the Ing Shan clan would become extraordinary in the future. Even though they had to stay in Faciua City for a period of time, this was ultimately a huge city. Its population was not any less than that of some Tier 3 nations. They did not feel sullen cultivating here. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit and anticipation. Monarch residents. Dongbua Shui Ing invited Barbaturin and Sword Master to a banquet. The three of them were seated separately. There was a long table in front of them. Dongbua Shui Ing personally took out some precious wine and rare fruits. Insect Ancestor. Dongbua Shui Ing raised his wine cup with a smile. This time, it has truly shocked me that you could act. I wonder if you are acquainted with someone from my Ingshan clan? He did not know this Insect Ancestor at all. I'm old friends with you. Insect Ancestor Batuachin smiled, but his scaly face looked a little strange. Acquainted with me? Dongbua Shui Ing was startled. Barbaturin did not hide it. After all, there was no longer a need to keep his identity a secret after cultivating to this stage. One could see his body transforming. His appearance changed too, turning into an ordinary and reserved male. He was currently smiling at Dongbua Shui Ing. Senior Ingshan Snow Eagle, do you still remember me? Dongbua Shui Ing widened his eyes. He was filled with disbelief. Ba Tuachen? Chapter 1209. That time in the Thistleflower Nation, he saved Ba Tuachen because he saw injustice. Afraid that Ba Tuachen would suffer from revenge in the Thistleflower Nation, Shui Ing sent him to the largest city in Realm Heart Great Land, Summer Wind Capital. After that, in the Summer Wind Capital, Shui Ing sensed that Ba Tuachen was in huge trouble through karma. That was why he went to the prison to save him. To Dongbua Shui Ing, even if it was someone he did not know, Shui Ing would do his best to save the other party if he encountered injustice or danger. For instance, matters of massacres were monitored by the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion. Shui Ing would resolve them the moment he discovered them. Ba Tuachen, you are Insect Ancestor? Dongbua Shui Ing did not dare believe it. Shui Ing's cultivation speed was fast enough. Sword Master had cultivated for a much longer period than him. Nevertheless, reaching the final realm in such a short period was still heaven-defying. But Ba Tuachen was at the Unity Realm in the past. In just a short few 100 billion years, he reached the final realm. Compared to him, all the other cultivators would feel ashamed, and Insect Ancestor should be the subordinate of that fallen, unparalleled existence, devouring realm great emperor. Who is Ba Tuachen? Sword Master asked from the side. Snow Eagle, you know Insect Ancestor? Barbaturin softly replied. Ba Tuachen is just an ordinary brat. He reached this stage only because of luck. Luck? Dongbua Shui Ing felt puzzled. Cultivation depended on strength. Even with the world flower and supreme secret importation, it required comprehension ability. Without comprehension ability, how much could he comprehend when the world flower bloomed? How much could he comprehend when the supreme secret importation was placed in front of him? If Monarch Faciua doesn't mind, I shall address you as Big Brother Faciua. Barbaturin chuckled. That is my honor. Dongbua Shui Ing reacted. He added, this is most likely a secret. There is no need for you to tell us about it, Ba Tuachen. It's nothing much. Barbaturin said, If it were before I reached the final realm, I would still have to be careful. Now that he had reached the ultimate level, there was nothing to be afraid of. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Big Brother Faishua. That time, Big Brother Faishua saved my life and sent me from the Thistle Flower Nation to the Summer Wind Capital. I've also joined a sect in Summer Wind Capital and wish to work hard in cultivating. It's just cultivation. How could it be so simple? When I was looking for some cultivation materials in the treasured items market, I found a black insect carving. I felt like it was fated with me. I liked it from the bottom of my heart and bought it. Who would have thought that this would be the inheritance left behind by the fallen Devouring Realm Great Monarch? Devouring Realm Great Emperor. Is that him? Dongbua Shueing and the Sword Master finally understood. Devouring Realm Great Emperor was an unparalleled existence. He created the absolute art for nurturing insects, the Devouring Realm True Scripture. Even now, many who researched on insects worshipped Devouring Realm Great Emperor. There were still many legends about him in the vast realm heart Great Land. Many experts were searching for the ruins of the Devouring Realm Great Emperor. The two of you should know. Barbaturin said, even though Devouring Realm Great Emperor nurtured insects, the intelligence of the insects isn't high. Their understanding of the laws is extremely low. Hence, Devouring Realm Great Emperor researched out a method to fuse poisonous insects and subordinates into one. A slightly weaker subordinate could immediately become an ultra-strong expert by fusing with a poisonous insect. Dongbua Shueing and the Sword Master nodded. They knew Devouring Realm Great Emperor relied on this method to form a powerful organization. With Devouring Realm Great Emperor's attainments in nurturing insects, he was able to nurture insects at the final realm. Barbaturin said, Devouring Realm Great Emperor even researched out a method to fuse a final realm insect with a cultivator. It's just that the requirement on the soul is too harsh. Before Devouring Realm Great Emperor could find a suitable cultivator, he suffered from an encirclement. When he suffered from an encirclement, he could only escape. For unparalleled existences to escape in the past, the battlefield was spread across many places in the realm heart, Great Land. Devouring Realm Great Emperor hid his most precious inheritance. Instead, he deliberately left behind an original copy of the Devouring Realm True Scripture. That's because it isn't that easy to improve the Tao of Insect. I obtained his inheritance because my soul just so happened to be able to fuse with that ultimate insect beast. Insect ancestor Ba Tu Achen laughed. However, I was too weak back then. If I tried to forcefully fuse with it, I would only be courting death. I could only strengthen my fleshy body and soul first. After that, I would gradually fuse them together. As the fusion reached a higher level, I would become stronger until I reached the final realm. Dongbua Shueing and the Sword Master were both startled when they heard that. They knew Devouring Realm Great Emperor had subordinates, and they knew that he fused his poisonous insects with his subordinates, allowing them to rapidly improve in strength. But it was fine if they could reach level 2 Cosmos God strength. Who would have thought that such a method could allow them to reach the final realm? But thinking about it, like the 9 Eternal Night walkers under Eternal Night Primogenitor, the strongest had the strength of a Paragon Master. Perhaps they might not be as perfect as Barbaturin, but in reality, Paragon Masters had reached the final realm in certain aspects. I'm different from you all. Ba Tuachin shook his head. My path of improvement is practically cut off. I can only follow the guidance of Devouring Realm Great Emperor and think of ways to perfect it. If I want to improve further, unless I reach the final realm in the Tao of Insect, by nurturing my own insect, I'll let them continue growing. And allowing a final realm insect to grow stronger is something Devouring Realm Great Emperor could not do in the past. As for the realm, my personal realm is very low. I haven't even reached the Cosmos God realm in my comprehension of the laws. I'm purely relying on the techniques my final realm insect possesses. Ba Tuachin said. He was willing to publicize it because he was willing to inform Snow Eagle. The destruction of his clan, he lived alone in this world. In his heart, Ba Tuachin did not have any relatives left. He even felt that Snow Eagle was the closest person to him. Bewitching Sword, I hope for you to keep the matter regarding Ba Tuachin a secret. Dongbua Shue Ing turned to Sword Master. Naturally, since Ba Tuachin is willing to let me know of the secret, why would I spread it? Sword Master added. He was a prideful person. Since Ba Tuachin told him about it, he was naturally not willing to be a vile person. Even though Ba Tuachin was not afraid of the news leaking with his current strength otherwise, he would not have made a deal with Undying Underworld Emperor. But it was better not to publicize it, because if he publicized it, more unparalleled existences would likely have their eyes on Ba Tuachin. Bewitching Sword Master, I admire you for acting for Big Brother Feishue. Ba Tuachin looked at Sword Master with a smile. My relationship with Snow Eagle is different from others. Sword Master said, talking about it, the two of us came from the same origin world. The two of us reincarnated. In the other origin world, the two of us came from the same religion. Ah, Barbaturin was startled. What a coincidence. It seems your origin world is very powerful too, since your religion could produce two ultra-powerful experts at the same time. Barbaturin sighed. Dongbua Shueing and Sword Master chuckled, but they did not elaborate any further. I can't compare with Bewitching Sword. He has reached the final realm. Dongbua Shueing said. You have yet to reach the final realm. Yet you could still fight against Undying Underworld Emperor. Bewitching Sword Master said. Insect Ancestor asked with shock. You have yet to reach the final realm? But your strength. That's right. The two of us have obtained a supreme, secret importation. But how did you become so strong by relying on Feishue City? Bewitching Sword Master asked. Everyone treated each other with sincerity. Furthermore, with their current strength, they naturally did not mind sharing the secret. Because of this, Dongbua Shueing extended his hand. A black spear appeared in his hand. This spear is called Azure River. It is a chaotic origin weapon. Chaotic origin weapon? Both Bewitching Sword Master and Insect Ancestor felt puzzled. A chaotic origin weapon is rarer and more precious than supreme-graded secret treasures. Dongbua Shueing said, without it, I could merely fight against ordinary, unparalleled existences in Feishue City. With it, Undying Underworld Emperor could not deal against me. At the moment when Dongbua Shueing told Bewitching Sword Master and Insect Ancestor about the chaotic origin weapon, over the Realm Heart Great Land, a piece of news regarding the chaotic origin weapon was rapidly spreading. Ingshan Snow Eagle owns a chaotic origin weapon. A chaotic origin weapon is a weapon more precious than supreme-graded secret treasures. Owning this weapon would greatly aid in controlling the chaotic origin energy. He is a level 2 cosmos god, yet he relied on this chaotic origin weapon to resist against me in his Feishue City. A chaotic origin weapon is mysterious and unfathomable. A level 2 cosmos god could greatly increase his strength by using it. If a final realm cultivator were to obtain it, it would be even more helpful than supreme-graded secret treasures. No matter which Dao path a final realm cultivator cultivates, as long as he wields a chaotic origin weapon, he could easily control the chaotic origin energy. That would greatly increase his strength. This piece of news spread rapidly among the experts in Realm Heart Great Land. Everyone could see it. Undying Underworld Emperor had a sinister motive for spreading this piece of news, but many parties could not help but be tempted by it. A chaotic origin weapon could give a level 2 cosmos god such strength? This chaotic origin weapon is too formidable. Many parties were startled. Many experts felt greedy for it. Even Emperor Summer and the others were enlightened. I was wondering why his technique could be so powerful with the arrays of facious cities supporting it. So it turns out that he wields a chaotic origin weapon. Emperor Summer sighed. A chaotic origin weapon is even more precious than supreme graded secret treasures? At this moment, Emperor Summer thought of the large amount of chaotic origin San Dongbua Shuang bought. This is the first time I heard of this chaotic origin weapon. Ancestor Fan's eyes brightened too. When Undying Underworld Emperor spread the news, unparalleled existences and final realm cultivators only learned of the existence of the chaotic origin weapon. And the majority of cosmos gods were too weak. They did not dare to think of snatching the chaotic origin weapon. They were only startled. Monarch Faciuet is actually a level 2 cosmos god. Previously, the drifter from the Myriad Realms ancient nation spread the news saying that Monarch Faciuet is a level 2 cosmos god. But now it seems he is indeed a level 2 cosmos god. A level 2 cosmos god could actually be so powerful? Unfathomable. A level 2 cosmos god could suppress all devils in Realm Heart, Great Land, and he could be truly unparalleled in Faciua City? Amazing. Too formidable. Admirable. Regardless of whether they were jealous or greedy, the entire Realm Heart, Great Land gradually recognized this Monarch Faciua as the strongest Paragon Master in the history of Realm Heart, Great Land. He was much stronger than Great Paragon Fui, Jia Luosha, and others. Many cultivators even naturally addressed him as Great Paragon Faciua. Great Paragon Faciua, the strongest Great Paragon in the history of Realm Heart, Great Land. End of this chapter. Asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 1210. Faciua City was vast. There were many mountain peaks and valleys within. For instance, Old Mother Ingshan occupied a mountain range and built her cavern dwelling there. Within one of the valleys, Dongbua Shui Ing, Barbaturin, and Swordmaster were currently sparring with each other. Pung pung pung. Barbaturin was constantly flashing and transforming. With a flap of his wings, his speed was fast to the limit, and Dongbua Shui Ing wielded his Azure River Spear. Even though he did not activate the arrays of Faciua City, he was still able to force Barbaturin into a slightly difficult situation. Many places in this valley had already turned into powder. Naturally, there were arrays isolating it from the outside as well. Hence, the battle between the three would not affect the outside world. Stop, stop, stop. Barbaturin shouted out. It is indeed a chaotic origin weapon. It is formidable. It seems that the news released by that Undying Underworld Emperor is somewhat true. True? Bullshit. Dongbua Shui Ing stopped. His temper was relatively good, yet he could not help but scold. What else did he say? No matter which Dao a final realm cultivator obtains a chaotic origin weapon, they would become much stronger. What nonsense. This chaotic origin weapon has been personally refined by me. That is why I can refine it. Other than me, no other cosmos gods can refine it. Furthermore, this is a weapon that is compatible with the supreme secret importation I obtained. Cultivators of other Dao paths can't use it even if they could refine it. Not to mention, I can't even refine it. Haha, Big Brother Faciua, who asked you to shock the entire Realm Heart, Great Land with a single battle. You even formed a huge enmity with Undying Underworld Emperor. It is normal for him to scheme against you. Barbaturin chuckled. You don't have to care about it. In Faciua City, even Undying Underworld Emperor could not deal with Snow Eagle. It is even more impossible for other unparalleled existences to do so. Sword Master said. Even Emperor Summer was weaker by an entire level. Dongbua Shui Ing shook his head. It is still troublesome. Greedy heart, why did Devouring Realm Great Emperor and other unparalleled existences die? Some died after entering the Broken Teeth mountain range. There were also some who died from being besieged by unparalleled existences in the Realm Heart, Great Land. At the end of the day, it was all because of greed. To put it nicely, it was all because they wanted to go further on the path of cultivation. Snow Eagle, let's have a match. The sword master laughed. All right. Dongbo Shuiying's eyes lit up. Be careful. As he spoke, the azure river spear in his hand instantly pierced out. This spear had already triggered the void, causing the entire void to turn dark. Amidst the darkness, endless chaotic origin energy flowed out like a maelstrom along with the azure river spear, stabbing towards Sword Master. The tip of the spear didn't even need to touch the enemy for the terrifying power of the stab to be transmitted through the void to the Sword Master. Wang. On the surface of the Sword Master's body, countless sword lights shot up into the sky. It protected his body and withstood against this attack. Even though this protective technique he comprehended from a supreme secret importation was formidable, he could still feel a part of the bizarre penetrative force transmitted into his body. Nevertheless, his body was like the convergence of countless sword lights that rapidly destroyed the incoming force. Nonetheless, he still staggered back a step. The Tao of Void is indeed interesting. The sword master guffawed. Receive a sword of mine too. Hua! A sword light flashed. A blood light flashed before arriving before Dongbo Shuiying. It seemed silent, yet it startled Dongbo Shuiying. He lightly spun his spear, causing many layers of space to obstruct the incoming attack. Nonetheless, that blood light was incredibly strange. It easily penetrated through the layers of space without suffering any damage. The power of the blood light was merely weakened by 30 to 40% before it pierced into the body of Dongbo Shuiying. Even after using the pinnacle of voidification to dissipate the incoming force, a wound still appeared on the chest of Dongbo Shuiying. One could see with the naked eye that the wound was rapidly healing. Your fleshy body is really strong. The sword master could not help but comment. Your sword is the one that is hard to deal with. The spear in Dongbo Shuiying's hand suddenly stirred, causing the world to become turbulent. Both parties fought. One side used the Tao of destruction. He was executing techniques that were imbued with a supreme, secret importation. On the other side, Dongbo Shuiying wielded his chaotic origin weapon. The techniques he executed using the Tao of Void were also very close, but it was clear that Dongbo Shuiying was at a disadvantage. Snow Eagle, don't you have many avatars? Use all your techniques at once, the sword master urged. Ha ha ha, you are the one who asked for it. Dongbo Shuiying guffawed. An enormous void fire lotus flower appeared by the side. 9 Dongbo Shuiyings stood on the dazzling void fire lotus flower. All of them were executing their techniques at the same time. If one said that Dongbo Shuiying had 30% of Eternal Night primogenitor strength when he wielded his Azure River Spear, those 9 great avatars working together with the Void Fire Lotus Flower were roughly 30% of Eternal Night primogenitor strength, because each of the 9 avatars had 70% of his soul when he was at his peak state, and because he had absorbed the core blood of Myriad Tentacles Dragon Mother. Even with 70% of his soul, every avatar was not any weaker than the soul of an ordinary final realm expert. It was sufficient for him to execute ordinary techniques using his heart energy. 9 final realm experts were also augmented by the world energy of the Void Fire Lotus Flower. More importantly, the Void Fire Lotus Flower contained the final realm Tao of Void. Through the final realm Tao of Void combined techniques, the 9 great avatars were able to work together. That was why the effects were so great. Previously, his strength was several times stronger than without the Void Fire Lotus Flower. But now that he had a chaotic origin weapon, there was still an awkward point. That was because he only had a single chaotic origin weapon, Azure River Spear. The avatar wielding the Azure River Spear could unleash a strength that far surpassed other avatars. The other 9 avatars and the Void Fire Lotus Flower could only match up. If the gap was too huge, there was not much meaning in a combined attack. But Phasia City was different. There were many arrays constructed within Feishua City, and that was just a small part of it. There were arrays in the monarch residence, too. Furthermore, Dongbu Shui-ing carried the most crucial core with him at all times. With a thought, then he would be able to activate many formations and unleash his own powerful killer move. These arrays were created by fusing the chaotic origin 7 strikes. They were good at controlling the chaotic origin energy. When used together with the chaotic origin weapon, it was a perfect match. But the world energy of the void fire lotus flower was much weaker when used together with the azure river spear. Hong Hong Hong, the 9 great avatars of the void fire lotus flower began executing a combined technique. Another avatar wielded the azure river spear and attacked too. Despite working together, they were still forced into a difficult situation by Sword Master. After all, Sword Master had 80% of Eternal Night primogenitor strength when he unleashed his full strength. It is more suitable to execute a domain technique together with the Azure River Spear. Dongbu Shui-ing experimented several times before changing his technique. 1. The 9 great avatars executed a combined technique, executing their strongest domain technique. The Void Fire Lotus Flower itself was a world treasure, and it specialized in domains. Hong Long Long, the powerful domain, was like an undercurrent that pushed against Sword Master. For a moment, Sword Master was constantly being suppressed by the domain. Furthermore, the power of the domain was constantly fluctuating, greatly affecting the strength of Sword Master. Following that, Dongbu Shui-ing wielded the Azure River Spear and fought against Sword Master. Even though he did not gain the upper hand, he was clearly having a much easier time. Ha ha ha. Dongbu Shui-ing finally laughed. This domain of yours is really giving me a headache. Sword Master felt uncomfortable too. Even though he had obtained a supreme secret importation and had a domain technique, it could not be compared to the Void Fire Lotus Flower, which was a world treasure. With the 9 great avatars working together, this domain was incredibly powerful. Both parties stopped and descended to the ground. Even if you are fighting against Eternal Night primogenitor in the outside world, you should have an easy time. Sword Master chuckled. What a pity. As long as I create a huge disturbance outside, that undying underworld emperor will definitely kill his way over. Dongbu Shui-ing shook his head. Even though my domain is formidable, it is still not strong enough in the eyes of unparalleled existences who specialized in domains. In front of undying underworld emperor, the descent of his death world is sufficient to suppress my domain. My domain can't help me at all. If I fight with him with my chaotic origin weapon, I might even be killed by him if I'm slow in escaping. It's fine if an avatar is destroyed, but the loss of my chaotic origin weapon is something I can't accept. Sword Master nodded. Suppressing the enemy with a domain might be enjoyable, but if the enemy's domain was stronger, then Dongbu Shui-ing's domain techniques would be suppressed. Are you not planning on bringing your chaotic origin weapon with you in the future? Sword Master asked. No. Dongbu Shui-ing shook his head. Wait until the day I break through to the final realm. That will be the day when I can bring my chaotic origin weapon out of Feishua City. Right. That undying underworld emperor has been stirring up trouble and spreading the news. That battle with Big Brother Feishua is too shocking. There will definitely be many who are greedy. They would not dare to come and seek death in Feishua City. But if they were to leave, that would be troublesome. Barbaturin agreed. Amen, Snow Eagle, your accumulations and cultivation are quite deep. If you wish to break through to the final realm, you just have to break through at a crucial moment. Sword Master said, Break through again? I know I can break through again, but this final step is incredibly difficult. Dongbu Shui-ing shook his head. Honored guest Feishua. A voice suddenly resounded in the surroundings. Dongbu Shui-ing, Sword Master, and Barbaturin turned over. They saw the world energy condensing by the side. It condensed into the figures of Emperor Summer, Ancestor Fan, and Emperor Tsang. But these were condensed from the world energy. They were merely incarnations. Clearly, Emperor Summer and the others did not have any enmity when they sent their incarnations. Otherwise, Dongbua Shui would naturally be on his guard when their true bodies came. Emperor Summer, Ancestor Fan, Emperor Tsang. Dongbua Shui immediately greeted with a smile. It is the honor of my Feishua city for the three of you to visit my Feishua city. Ha ha! Who doesn't know the name of Great Paragon Feishua? Even Underworld Emperor has to retreat in Feishua city. Emperor Summer laughed. Dongbua Shui welcomed the guests with a smile. But in his heart he vaguely understood that the other party's arrival was related to the chaotic origin weapon. Today I'll update it once, so I'll sort out a little and prepare for the new ultimate chapter. Asterisk. Chapter 1211. The three unparalleled existences, Emperor Summer, Ancestor Fan, and Emperor Tsang, arrived. Sword Master had an extraordinary relationship with them. Hence, he merely exchanged glances with them, and Barbaturin's gaze turned cold. He did not say anything. He had become enemies with the Fan clan and even killed experts from the Fan clan. Offending the Fan clan was equivalent to offending the three great clans in the Summer Wind ancient nation. Given Barbaturin's personality, he disdained lowering his head. Insect Ancestor. Ancestor Fan spoke. He chuckled. I've heard that you have some enmity with some juniors from my Fan clan. I wonder when did those juniors offend you? You have followed Devouring Realm Great Emperor for a very long time, and those juniors from my Fan clan should not have the chance to become enemies with you, right? If it were the real Insect Ancestor, he would naturally not become enemies. But Batua Chun had fused with a final realm insect, allowing him to perfectly disguise himself as Insect Ancestor. As for the real Insect Ancestor, in reality he had died a very long time ago. It's just that he died stealthily. Hence, Barbaturin chose to disguise himself in order to keep a low profile and conceal his rapid rise. As for now, even though he was not afraid of revealing his identity, he still chose to act as Insect Ancestor to avoid trouble. Anyway, his family and friends were no longer around. Even though this vast realm heart, great land, was vast, he was just a lone person. Instead, it was his benefactor, Ingshan Snow Eagle, who was the closest to him. Barbaturin coldly snorted. He has no enmity with me, but he has enmity with my disciple. Humph. Fan clan, your juniors are truly tyrannical. It's a pity that I won't tolerate them bullying me. Haha, it's just a minor matter. You are also a good friend of honored Guest Feishua, and honored Guest Feishua has a deep relationship with my Fan clan. Why don't we forget about some past enmity? Ancestor Fan chuckled. He was high above and naturally did not care about the minor enmity between disciples from the Fan clan. After all, the Fan clan was too big. It's just that Insect Ancestor was a final realm expert and had no worries. Such an enemy was not suitable to become enemies, because he was fearless and could not be killed. Rest assured, I've killed those who should be killed. I won't implicate those who should not be killed. Barbaturin coldly snorted. Ha! Ancestor Fan chuckled and nodded. He felt that this Insect Ancestor's personality was sufficiently cold. He turned to Dongbua Shui. Honored Guest Feishua, I heard that you suffered a huge loss in the Realm Heart God Palace and was killed by Eternal Night Primogena, with all your treasures stolen. Now it seems that your true harvest in the Realm Heart God Palace should be a supreme secret importation. Emperor Xia and Emperor Tsang looked at Dongbua Shui as well. Yes. Dongbua Shui nodded. The first time I entered the Realm Heart God Palace, I was fortunate to obtain it. This is my first time entering as well. Lord Bewitching Sword sighed. The two of you came from the same origin world and the same sect. Your innate talents and comprehension abilities are really high. Emperor Summer sighed. In the past, when Yuan created the Realm Heart, Great Land, and Realm Heart God Palace, it is much harder to obtain a supreme-graded secret importation than a supreme-graded secret treasure. Now that the two of you have obtained it, as long as you reach 10% of the final realm, you can enter the realm Heart God Palace and obtain supreme-graded secret treasures easily. Bewitching Sword has already broken through to the final realm. As for honored guest Fei Xue, I believe he will reach it soon. Dongbua Xue Ing shook his head with a helpless smile. I wish to step into the final realm too. But how could this step be that simple? I wish to ask. That chaotic origin weapon of yours should be refined using chaotic origin, sound right? Emperor Summer asked. Emperor Summer knows about it? Dongbua Xue Ing was startled. He had only told Insect Ancestor and Sword Master about it. Even if Sword Master were to inform Emperor Summer and the others, he would still inform Xue Ing beforehand. It is just a conjecture, Emperor Summer said. In the past, you were killed in the Realm Heart God Palace. Your avatar was destroyed, and you did not bring any treasures out. The only thing you could bring out is your memories, in addition to the 50,000 kilograms of chaotic origin sand that you bought from me previously. I deduced that it should be a chaotic origin weapon refined by you. Yes. Dongbua Xue Ing nodded. He did not hide it. It's just that this inheritance, you should know that it cannot be spread out. Emperor Summer, Emperor Tsang, and Ancestor Fan understood. Supreme secret importation and many other precious inheritances could not be spread out even though they were imparted by Yuan. The chaotic origin Dao scroll and unphased mystical technique that they spread out were created by Emperor Summer and others. The few of us have cultivated to this stage. Our next step is to jump out of this cage and become a chaotic origin weapon, Emperor Summer said. Emperor Tsang and Ancestor Fan turned to Dongbua Xue Ing too. Emperor Summer continued solemnly. We will naturally not believe the news spread by that undying underworld emperor, but we have never heard of a chaotic origin weapon before. Hence, I hope you can introduce it to us so that we can understand it better. Dongbua Xue Ing chuckled. This is simple. He understood the Dao heart of Emperor Summer and the others, how much they desired to jump out of the cage. Like Emperor Summer, he was previously the #1 expert in Realm Heart, Great Land. Even Undying Underworld Emperor could only suppress Emperor Summer by using his trump card. It was lonely being an expert. Emperor Summer was truly lonely. He desired to jump out of the cage too much. If Emperor Summer could not satisfy this little request of theirs, he would be offending them. The chaotic origin weapon is originally a weapon used by chaotic origin life forms. Dongbua Xue Ing explained, us cosmos gods can't use it under normal circumstances, and it is impossible for us to refine it. But Yuan has thought of a way to let me personally refine a chaotic origin weapon, because during the refinement process, every single material has been refined by me. Hence, it is relatively easier to refine the weapon successfully, because for a cosmos god like me to refine it successfully, firstly, it must be a Tao that I specialize in. Secondly, it must be simple enough. Hence, this chaotic origin weapon is a Tao of void chaotic origin weapon. Furthermore, compared to true chaotic origin weapons, it has been simplified. Oh, Emperor Summer, Emperor Tsang, and Ancestor Fan softly nodded. Please have a look. Dongbua Xue Ing extended his hand. The Azure River spear appeared in his palm. He slightly activated it, causing many inscriptions to appear on the Azure River spear. You will understand once you see it. Emperor Summer, Emperor Tsang, and Ancestor Fan carefully observed it. Emperor Tsang and Ancestor Fan were slightly puzzled too. Emperor Summer immediately understood more than half of the inscriptions. He understood everything related to the Tao of Void, but there were still many aspects that he was puzzled about. If he had the supreme secret importation to guide and analyze the inscriptions, it would naturally be easier for him to understand. But it was hard to fully comprehend just the inscriptions that appeared on the surface. After all, there were many techniques that involved the chaotic origin energy. They were truly exquisite and extraordinary. Furthermore, some of the inscriptions that were refined by Dongbua Shuang were purely carving them according to the prescribed order. He understood how to break them down, but fusing them into a whole was something he did not understand. It is indeed a Tao of void chaotic origin weapon. Emperor Summer nodded. It is useless to obtain other Tao paths. Furthermore, it seems to specialize in controlling the chaotic origin weapon. Honored guest Feishua, many thanks. It allows us to directly observe the inscriptions on the chaotic origin weapon. Dongbua Shuang chuckled. It's a minor matter. How difficult was it to deduce a cultivation technique just by looking at the inscriptions? Just like supreme graded secret treasures. There were quite a few in the entire realm heart, great land. The inscriptions on supreme graded secret treasures would appear the moment they were activated. But so what if others saw it? Final realm cultivators would only feel confused when looking at the profound mysteries related to the chaotic origin level. The complexity of a chaotic origin weapon was not any weaker than supreme graded secret treasures. Dongbua Shuang had to break it down into many small steps before he succeeded. In the following days, there were many who came to visit Dongbua Shuang. The 5 ancestors from the Myriad Realms Ancient Nation also came in 2 batches. Towering Sky Ancient Nation and Icy Snow Ancient Nation came to visit. Dongbua Shuang received them one by one. He was also very generous in allowing them to view the inscriptions on the chaotic origin weapon. Actually, in the entire realm heart, great land, only Drifter and Emperor Summer could understand more than half of the inscriptions. Furthermore, they mainly understood the portion related to the Tao of Void. Others were in a daze. They could only vaguely ascertain that those inscriptions were related to the Tao of Void. In addition, Drifter and Emperor Summer had publicly announced that it was a Tao of Void chaotic origin weapon. Only experts in the Tao of Void could use it. Furthermore, it was practically impossible for cosmos gods to refine it. In reality, he was giving face to Dongbua Shuang by saying, practically impossible to refine it. Emperor Summer was close to Dongbua Shuang, and Drifter had a transcendent personality, and Dongbua Shuang treated him very politely. That gave Drifter a favorable impression of Dongbua Shuang. That was why he publicly announced these. In addition to Dongbua Shuang's strength, he could be said to be the strongest expert in Realm Heart, Great Land, and Feishua City. Undying Underworld Emperor originally wanted to use this opportunity to bring trouble to Dongbua Shuang, yet he failed. Moonflower King? Someone like him wishes to see the inscriptions on my chaotic origin weapon? Dongbua Shuang directly expelled the incarnation of the other party. Moonflower King, Eternal Night, Primogenitor, Extreme Night, Primogenitor, and other final realm great devils were not given any face by Dongbua Shuang. Wanting to see the chaotic origin weapon? Dream on. Regardless, he had already offended them. Dongbua Shuang did not show any mercy when he killed the devils from the Moonflower Ancient Nation. Chapter 12:12. The night was as cold as water. Within the cold underground palace, the palace itself was huge. Through the void array, it revealed an even vaster space. The palace had 6 levels. The upper 3 floors were the residences of the Hall Master and his disciples. The lower 3 levels were where the experiments were conducted. Currently in the lowest level, this level was dark. The ground was suffused with a crimson color, and the stench of blood permeated the place. I've finally gathered all the experimental materials. The eyes of the black-robed hall master were filled with anticipation. He took out a jade bottle and pulled out the cork. At that moment, hua hua hua, countless figures flew out. Trillions of cultivators were teleported out. These cultivators who were released looked around them uneasily. Dark. The crimson ground was emitting a stench of blood. This made them even more uneasy. I have to be fast. Any delay might lead to unforeseen circumstances. Damn, that great paragon Fatua. Why is he so nosy? Why does he care about the lives of these ants? The black-robed hall master thought. It makes me even more careful in my experiments. I don't dare to experiment with too many materials. But this time it is too important. I must have enough experimental bodies. I can't care anymore. I'll do it as soon as possible. The black-robed hall master felt sullen too. He originally researched the fleshy body and soul of cultivators. He experimented time and time again to explore his Tao of cultivation. Ever since Heaven's Will Taoist appeared, he became much more careful. Every time he experimented, he would use fewer materials. Small-scale massacres were all too common in the Realm Heart Great Land. Some of the grudges and killings in the Realm Heart Great Land resulted in the deaths of more than 10,000 beings. Dongbua Shue Ing could not interfere even if he wanted to. Only when large-scale massacres occurred would he interfere. It's just that some experiments required a large number of experimental bodies. I've collected enough materials for a single experiment. This time I must succeed. I'll risk it. The black-robed palace master suddenly appeared in midair in this layer of space. His massive body shadow caused the countless living beings below to be filled with fear. The black-robed palace master's massive body enveloped the area below. His cold eyes displayed the art of fear, causing these living beings to be even more terrified and panicked. I only need 10 subordinates. Those who can't handle it will die. Just as he finished speaking, the black-robed hall master began scattering down endless violet light spots. The violet light spots were still descending. A white-robed youth appeared in midair, staring coldly at the black-robed palace master. Great Sovereign Fatua, the black-robed palace master's legs went limp. He was afraid of this, but no matter how afraid he was still discovered by Supreme Sovereign Fatua. The black-robed palace master roared, "You can't kill me. I'm just cultivating." Phew! Dongbua Shue Ing waved his hand, and countless purple specks of light dissipated into nothingness. For cultivation? Dongbua Shue Ing asked coldly. I'm cultivating in the body tempering school. I'm also studying the soul. I need to experiment, roared the black-robed palace master. I'm not a fiend. I just want to experiment. Dongbua Shue Ing looked down and said, 380 billion cultivators, all for the sake of an experiment. Are you not a demon? Is it wrong for me to use some ants to experiment? The black-robed palace master roared. Ants? Then in my eyes you are just an ant. Dongbua Shue Ing waved his hand, causing the location where the black-robed palace master was at to be suppressed into a painting. As this painting dissipated, the black-robed palace master also dissipated into nothingness. Dongbua Shue Ing's expression changed. Not good. Huh. The entire palace suddenly exploded. Dongbua Shue Ing immediately controlled the void to protect all innocent sentient beings. Even the original disciples and subordinates of that black-robed palace master were protected by Dongbua Shue Ing as long as they did not have much resentment in their karma. As for those with terrifying resentment, they were exterminated along with the explosion. South, bringing along all sentient beings, Dongbua Shue Ing teleported to the wilderness by the side. They actually left behind a backup plan. The moment they die, the entire cavern dwelling will self-destruct? Dongbua Shue Ing snorted coldly. This self-destruction might pose some threat to the most ordinary cosmos gods, but to him his domain could protect any sentient being he wanted. Quite a huge disturbance. A voice sounded. Dongbua Shue Ing's expression changed. In this vast wilderness, the sentient beings who were originally saved were still feeling excited. Some of the subordinates of the black-robed palace master were feeling uneasy. But suddenly, a terrifying darkness descended. This darkness covered the world and swept across everything. Those sentient beings were exterminated soundlessly within the darkness. Dongbua Shueing was also blasted backwards. He spurted out fresh blood before stopping in midair. Quite a huge disturbance. That frivolous voice was still reverberating by his ears. Dongbua Shueing stared afar. A figure appeared in midair. He was none other than the handsome young man wearing a crown and wearing a luxurious golden robe. Undying Underworld Emperor. He looked at Dongbua Shueing with a smile that did not seem like one. The trillion sentient beings you saved were exterminated instantaneously. Do you feel unhappy? Dongbua Shueing's expression turned ashen. He was naturally furious. So many innocent sentient beings were exterminated, just like that. Ha ha ha. Undying Underworld Emperor casually laughed. I've said it before. As long as you dare to leave Feishua City, I'll exterminate you every time I discover you. Since you want to save those ants, I'll exterminate them. Haha, if you didn't act, perhaps some of them might survive this calamity. But if you chose to save them, you won't be able to save a single one of them. This time it's my carelessness. The next time I save them, I'll immediately bring them back to Feishua City. Dongbua Shueing coldly replied. Haha, bring them back to Feishua City? Simple. I'll purposely create a massacre. Undying Underworld Emperor chuckled. If you kill too many, you might be killed by Yuan. Dongbua Shueing coldly said. Haha, rest assured. I won't personally act. I'll let my subordinates do it. Undying Underworld Emperor grinned. Then your subordinates will all be killed by me. Dongbua Shueing replied. Oh, rest assured, I'm very good at stirring up wars and massacres. Undying Underworld Emperor looked at Dongbua Shueing. By then, wouldn't you feel heartache when batches of sentient beings die? Are you furious? If it were those who treated the weak as ants, they would naturally not care. Some of the more selfish ones would not care either. Undying Underworld Emperor was simply taking advantage of the personality of Dongbua Shueing. After all, Undying Underworld Emperor was filled with fury. The previous sacrificial ritual was disrupted, causing him to suffer a huge loss. When I was weak, even though there were blood sacrifices and massacres in the Realm Heart Great Land, I faced them calmly. Dongbua Shueing said, I'll naturally act if I can. Even if I can't save them, I have no other choice. I'll do my best and have a clear conscience. Saying that, Dongbua Shueing turned around and left. Leave. Undying Underworld Emperor immediately sent a palm over. Endless darkness engulfed the area. Dongbua Shueing coldly chuckled. He took the initiative to dissipate this avatar. He had many avatars and they cultivated very quickly. Hence, he did not care about it. Undying Underworld Emperor did not lie. He had indeed begun stirring up some chaotic disputes and massacres. Even though he did not act personally, he was the one behind the scenes. Fortunately, those with some background and strength knew how intimidating Great Paragon Feishua was. They did not dare to start a massacre. Damn, madman. It seems this Undying Underworld Emperor has a huge hatred for me. Dongbua Shueing was relatively furious in Feishua City. South, a figure appeared. Sword Master. Dongbua Shueing looked up. Sword Master descended from midair and sat opposite Dongbua Shueing. He took up Dongbua Shueing's wine flask and poured himself a cup of wine. After drinking a cup, he chuckled. Undying Underworld Emperor has stirred up some disputes and massacres against you, right? Yes. Dongbua Shueing nodded and coldly said, This Undying Underworld Emperor has done such things just to vent his anger. That's because he feels that his losses are too huge. Furthermore, he has fallen in your hands. That is a form of humiliation. Sword Master said, If you are strong enough to threaten him, he would be more cautious. Dongbua Shueing nodded. The moment he left Feishua City, he would be trampled by Undying Underworld Emperor. That was why he acted so wantonly. Furthermore, Snow Eagle, even though our hometown is still a long time away from the Great Apocalypse, Swordmaster said, but you have to reach the final realm as soon as possible. Even though I have reached the final realm, I do not know the Great Destruction realm teleportation technique. You have to reach the final realm before you can bring someone away by relying on the Great Destruction realm teleportation technique. Amen. Dongbo Shuang nodded. He had never relaxed before. You have been cultivating here and are stuck at a bottleneck. I feel that it is more suitable for you to go out and experience some life and death experiences. Swordmaster said, I plan on making a trip to the Broken Tooth mountain range. You should come with me, and Insect Ancestor too. If he is willing, he can come along too. Going to the Broken Tooth mountain range. The eyes of Dongbo Shuang brightened. The Broken Tooth mountain range was indeed dangerous. Even unparalleled existences might fall there. But he had avatars and was not afraid of dying. Amen. I have just reached the final realm and plan on exploring the place. Furthermore, I have a destination in mind. Swordmaster chuckled. The Summer Wind Ancient Nation's understanding of the Broken Tooth mountain range is much deeper than the Southern Cloud Nation. You have a destination? Dongbo Shuang nodded. Right. I am naturally willing to go. As for Ba Tuo-chen, I'll go ask him. Chapter 12-13. Very soon, Barbaturin arrived at Feishua City. As the three of them sat down, Dongbo Shuang naturally prepared the delicacies and wine for them. Go, of course we're going. Barbaturin's cold eyes contained the coldness unique to insects. However, at this moment, his eyes were burning with excitement. I've long wanted to go to Broken Teeth mountain range. It's just that I'm too weak. If I were to go with Brother Feishua and Brother Bewitching Sword, I would naturally be more than happy to go. Dongbo Shuang hurriedly said, Ba Tuo-chen, Bewitching Sword, and I both have avatars. Even if we die in Broken Teeth mountain range, it's just a small matter. What about you? Barbaturin's body suddenly dissipated, turning into countless insects, following which he condensed and sat there, chuckling. In terms of strength, I'm slightly weaker than the two of you, Brother Feishua. However, in terms of survivability, even if my true body is destroyed, I can still come back to life. It's just that I'll need more time. In reality, I can no longer be considered an ordinary cultivator. Instead, I should be considered a final realm insect. Devouring Realm Great Emperor wasn't willing to fuse his body with the insect, turning into an insect and being restricted by the insect. However, he still lost his life in the end. If he had become a final realm insect earlier, he wouldn't have died so easily. Final realm insect? Dongbo Shuang and Swordmaster nodded slightly when they heard this. Insect beasts were nurtured. Nurturing them wasn't as careful as cultivating. Nurturing them was usually even crazier. For example, letting billions of weak insect beasts kill and devour each other to determine the strongest one. This was considered a low-level selection method, letting the insect beasts eat all sorts of unique items. For example, the treasures found in Broken Teeth mountain range would be fed to the insect beasts. During the process of nurturing the insect beasts, although the devouring realm Great Emperor had comprehended the Tao of laws, this Tao was extremely harsh on the insect beasts. However, the insect beasts he researched were also extremely monstrous. Insect beasts were also at the final realm, but they could fly faster than ordinary cultivators. Their bodies were even more terrifying. Even a drop of blood could be highly toxic. The devouring realm Great Emperor had researched the fusion method of ultimate realm insect beasts, but every ultimate realm insect beast had extremely strict requirements for the soul of the fusion cultivator. Ba Tuo-chen's successful fusion was indeed due to luck. All right, Dongbo Shuang nodded his head. It's good that Ba Tuo-chen has the confidence to survive. We're all prepared to die this time. Yes. The Sword Master nodded. I'm afraid you two know very little about the Broken Tooth mountain range. I'll send you a piece of information. Information about the Broken Teeth mountain range was precious. Even though Dongbua Shui-ing had a relationship with Southern Cloud King and understood some intelligence, the Southern Cloud King was too weak. Naturally, his intelligence could not compare with that of the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Ba Tua Chin even had the inheritance of the Devouring Realm Great Monarch. His understanding of the Broken Teeth mountain range was probably above Dongbua Shui-ing. It is indeed the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Their understanding of the Broken Teeth mountain range far surpasses that of Devouring Realm Great Emperor. Barbaturin checked through before revealing a joyous look. Many thanks, Brother Bewitching Sword. Since we're heading there together, it's merely a piece of information. But the two of you just don't spread it out. The Sword Master chuckled. His current status in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation was incredibly high, and this piece of information was not considered much. In reality, this was just 90% of the information that the Summer Wind Ancient Nation had on the Broken Teeth mountain range. The remaining 10% was not something that Sword Master could spread out. That was the core secret that the Summer Wind Ancient Nation had explored. But this 90% of information had already surpassed several ancient nations like the Towering Sky Ancient Nation and Moonflower Ancient Nation. After all, Emperor Summer had many avatars and had explored deep into the Broken Teeth mountain range. Oh, Broken Teeth mountain range. Dongbua Shui-ing felt his horizons broadening. The Broken Teeth mountain range occupied a huge area. It was roughly equivalent to 3 Summer Wind Ancient Nations. Even though it looked like a chain of mountains on the surface, in reality, the moment one entered the Broken Teeth mountain range, one would enter an incredibly vast and unique space. This unique space hid many unique worlds, and every world had several natives of the Broken Teeth mountain range, other than these hidden worlds. In this vast, unique space, the most conspicuous thing was the sky-floating islands. Every sky-floating island was connected to a chain of mountains. The sky-floating islands covered a huge area. Almost every sky-floating island was filled with dangers. The bigger the sky-floating island, the more dangerous it was. Natives, Death Destruction Clan, low-graded chaotic origin life forms. Dongbua Shui-ing pondered. Within the Broken Teeth mountain range, there were many hidden worlds with natives living in them. When these worlds were added together, they formed an incredibly powerful force. The natives of the Broken Teeth mountain range were incredibly powerful, and the Death Destruction Clan and low-graded chaotic origin life forms practically resided on the sky-floating islands. Of course, the environment of the sky-floating islands contained all sorts of dangers too. But there were opportunities amidst the dangers. According to rumors, the natives of the Broken Teeth mountain range have a thin strand of chaotic origin life form bloodline within them. Sword Master said, hence, it is relatively harder for them to reproduce. But every single one of them is incredibly powerful. Even their newborn babies are at the Void God level. The monarchs of every world are usually at the unparalleled level. Some of the monarchs of these worlds are exceptionally powerful. Some are even stronger than Undying Underworld Emperor. Fortunately, the Broken Teeth mountain range has a restriction left behind by Yuan. Those natives who are too powerful could not leave. Dongbua Shui-ing and Barbaturin nodded. A unique tribe, they all had the bloodline of a chaotic origin life form. Extreme Knight, Primogenitor, and Realm Beast King had once entered some of the worlds in the Broken Teeth mountain range and devoured the natives. Hence, the natives of these worlds are filled with hostility towards us cultivators from Realm Heart, Great Land. At the very least, they are wary of us. Few are friendly. Sword Master said. These two madmen. Dongbua Shui-ing also understood what Extreme Knight, Primogenitor, and Realm Beast King did from the intelligence provided by Sword Master. Realm Beast King loved to devour. Extreme Knight, Primogenitor, was very interested in the chaotic origin bloodline of the natives. Hence, he would also eat. eat too much, forming a huge enmity. When other cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land entered, it would be troublesome. The Death Destruction Clan and low-graded Chaotic Origin life forms usually reside in the sky-floating islands. And the sky-floating islands are also the place where we have to search for treasures and opportunities, Swordmaster said. There are very few low-graded Chaotic Origin life forms, and it is rare for us to meet them. Instead, the Death Destruction Clan has a huge population. They are the two largest tribes in the Broken Teeth mountain range, along with the natives. It was indeed a secret that there were low-graded Chaotic Origin life forms in the Broken Teeth mountain range. But from what was known, the reason why they were called low-graded Chaotic Origin life forms was because their strength was limited. Firstly, their control of energy was crude. Secondly, unparalleled existences could easily survive. It was only these lowest-graded Chaotic Origin life forms that Yuan was too lazy to care about. He simply allowed them to live in the Broken Teeth mountain range. Instead, it was the Death Destruction Clan and the natives. Due to their huge numbers, the apex existences were the truly terrifying ones. Unparalleled existences could fall. The natives are very similar to us cultivators. Previously, that Starlight World Master even came to help you. Sword Master said, even though they are guarded against us, we can still interact with them. The Death Destruction Clan has lower intelligence. In their opinion, any cultivator can only be eaten or not eaten. There is no way for them to negotiate with us, because we are directly heading to the sky-floating islands. Our opponents are mainly the Death Destruction Clan. Furthermore, we will definitely meet quite a few members of the Death Destruction Clan. Amen, Dongbua Shui-ing and Barbaturin slightly nodded. This time, I plan on heading to this sky-floating island. 2 batches of Cosmos gods from my Tsong clan have died there. Hence, this time, I plan on exploring the island. Sword Master said, I have prepared everything. I can set off any time. Like those with avatars, like Southern Cloud King and others, most were willing to venture into the Broken Teeth mountain range. At the most, they would just lose their avatars, and if they were lucky, they could reap a huge harvest. Haha, I have many avatars and can set off any time. Dongbua Shui-ing chuckled. I am alone. Naturally, I can leave any time. Barbaturin added. All right, after drinking this wine, we will set off today. Sword Master was filled with excitement. This was the first time he was going to explore the Broken Teeth mountain range after reaching the final realm. Currently, he was considered unparalleled. With this strength, he was qualified to explore the Broken Teeth mountain range. Even though there were quite a few unparalleled existences dying in the Broken Teeth mountain range, the Broken Teeth mountain range was ultimately vast, and it was not easy to meet such terrifying dangers. Dongbua Shui-ing did not care about it. He had many avatars, and this was for the sake of tempering himself through life and death. It was for the sake of accelerating his breakthrough and stepping into the final realm. Chapter 1214. So, a male carrying a god sword, a huge human-shaped insect wrapped in a black robe, and a white-robed young man appeared above the Broken Tooth mountain range. The mountain range is continuous and boundless. Dongbua Shui-ing and the other 2 looked downwards. They could feel the space beneath them distorting. Go, let's go down. The 3 of them flew down together. As they got closer, the space became more distorted. Who? Dongbua Shui-ing and Barbaturin revealed looks of curiosity. They felt as if they had entered another world, because the Supreme Law had undergone a transformation. The Supreme Law that originally enveloped the entire Realm Heart Great Land had become a different Supreme Law in the depths of the Broken Tooth mountain range. Unique. When Dongbua Shui-ing and the other 2 entered the inner space of the Broken Tooth mountain range, the mountain ranges they saw previously had turned into sky-floating islands. The space was vast and vast. Many sky-floating islands floated in the boundless space. In the Broken Tooth mountain range world, only the sky-floating islands are dangerous. Like this boundless space and the many hidden worlds, there are no dangers in itself. Swordmaster chuckled. The sky-floating island in front of us is codenamed in 3975. He knew the accurate reference point. Swordmaster, Dongbushueing, and Barbaturin immediately teleported forward. Even though they were careful, they teleported over a dozen times before reaching their destination. In 529, Swordmaster and the other two stood in the void looking at an enormous sky-floating island ahead. We have arrived. The sky-floating island had a diameter of more than 150 billion kilometers. It was considered one of the smaller sky-floating islands in the Broken Tooth mountain range world. The two of you have never been to a sky-floating island before. Let me remind you again that the dangers in the Broken Tooth mountain range lie within these sky-floating islands. Swordmaster solemnly said, "In a while we will proceed according to what we discussed previously." Amen. Dongbushueing and Barbaturin did not dare to be careless. The three exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. So. They then flew towards the sky-floating island. On the floating island, there was a continuous mountain range. If one were to look at it from the outside, this mountain range would seem to be connected to the other mountain ranges. Yet when he entered the Broken Tooth mountain range world, it was such a peculiar scene. What a strange aura. As they flew closer, Dongbushueing's expression changed slightly. The entire floating island was emitting an extremely cold and gloomy aura, which made him uncomfortable. Dongbushueing's connection with his clone in the outside world was affected. I can't use the Great Destruction World Teleportation anymore. Great World-Breaching Teleportation Technique. It was a heaven-defying movement technique. In the Broken Teeth mountain range, according to the intelligence, there were hidden worlds and vast voids where the natives lived. All of them could be reached through the Great World-Breaching Transfer Technique. Even if he did not rely on the Great Destruction Realm Teleportation Technique, he could simply teleport to the boundary and return to the Realm Heart Great Land. However, there was a mysterious repulsive power within the floating sky island that prevented him from using the Great World-Breaching Teleportation Technique. With a thought, Dongbushueing expanded his void domain, yet it was obstructed by this cold and gloomy energy. By relying on the void fire lotus flower, he could barely expand it to a region spanning 500,000 kilometers. He could no longer expand it any further. That cold and gloomy energy was vast and boundless. Furthermore, the suppression from this cold and gloomy energy had formed ripples visible to the naked eyes. How is it? Swordmaster and Barbaturin both looked at Dongbushueing. I'm indeed suffering from a huge obstruction. My domain can only extend to 500,000 kilometers at most. Dongbushueing transmitted. At the same time, with a thought, he unleashed the illusory realm world. The illusory realm world was a world created using soul energy. Dongbushueing revealed a look of astonishment. The obstruction from the illusory realm world was clearly much weaker, but due to the existence of the cold and gloomy energy, the illusory realm world could only cover a region spanning 6 million kilometers at most. Dongbushueing did not use his full strength to unleash other techniques, such as desire and bewilderment. After all, it was just for the sake of scouting his surroundings. It was fine for him to expand the illusory realm world he could explore. The sky-floating island suppresses many law techniques. Swordmaster transmitted, "We can't teleport here." But the Death Destruction clan doesn't suffer from any suppression on the sky-floating island. They can easily teleport. Hence, we are at a disadvantage. The suppression on my illusory realm world is slightly weaker. I can maintain it at a region spanning 6 million kilometers. Dongbua Shui transmitted back. Oh, Sword Master and Barbaturin revealed a look of joy. A region spanning 6 million kilometers was considered huge. I'll go scout the surroundings, Barbaturin said. He waved his hand, causing dozens of insects to fly out in all directions. Barbaturin sent his insects to scout the surroundings. Dongbua Shui naturally avoided Barbaturin and Swordmaster with his illusory realm world. As for Swordmaster, he was the strongest among the three of them. After all, not just Dongbua Shui or Swordmaster. They brought secret treasures with them. They were merely top-graded secret treasures. Even if they were unlucky and died in battle, they could afford to lose them. They had to bring their secret treasures with them, because the stronger they were, the greater their chances of obtaining rare treasures and opportunities. I found the way. Barbaturin led the way. After all, Cosmos gods from the Tsang clan had come before. Hoo! There was a lump of white fog floating in the distance. The expressions of Dongbua Shui, Barbaturin, and Sword Master changed slightly. According to the intelligence of the Cosmos god who came from the Tsang clan who lost an avatar, the spherical white fog on this sky-floating island had a frightening, corrosive power. Cosmos gods who came into contact with it would instantly die. Even secret treasures would turn into powder upon coming into contact with it. One could see that the body of final realm cosmos gods would most likely turn into powder upon coming into contact with it. This was absolutely one of the most frightening dangers on this sky-floating island. Naturally, as long as they avoided it, they would be fine. They continued moving forward. Because they could only fly slowly, it took them a long time to cross a distance of 5 billion kilometers. Along the way, they discovered quite a few environmental dangers. Dongbua Shui felt that these environmental dangers might not be deliberately created by Yuan. After all, the effects of the trial were limited. It might be that Yuan teleported them over from other places. Amen. Dongbua Shui suddenly turned over. What happened? Barbaturin and Sword Master were both startled. Death Disaster Clan. Dongbua Shui muttered. His illusory realm discovered a Death Disaster Clansman with pitch-black skin that looked like a mutated beast. That Death Disaster Clansman should have been observing them from afar. The moment he entered the region of Dongbua Shui's illusory realm, he immediately retreated in alarm. The Death Disaster Clansman is starting to appear. Sword Master transmitted. Since we discovered the first one, I believe it won't be long before the first ambush occurs. Saying that, Sword Master had already pulled out the god sword on his back. Wielding the god sword, Sword Master's gaze was calm. He was on guard, and Insect Ancestor narrowed his eyes too. Even though he sent out some insects to investigate, he did not discover a single Death Disaster Clansman at all. The three of them continued moving forward. Dongbua Shui would occasionally discover some Death Disaster Clansmen appearing. These Death Disaster Clansmen were easy to identify since their bodies were emitting a sinister aura of death. Dongbua Shui discovered almost all of them had pitch-black skin. I feel that they are observing their prey. They are observing us too. Dongbua Shui transmitted. I've already discovered 6 different Death Disaster Clansmen. 5 of them have the appearance of mutated beasts, and one of them is in human form. He is even wearing a robe. Amen. Barbaturin suddenly turned to a direction with shock. What happened? Sword Master and Dongbua Shui were both puzzled. Who? A furious roar sounded from afar. A figure appeared in the sky. Looking around, his eyes were burning with a unique flame. With a glance, he saw Dongbua Shui and the other 2 hiding in the forest. So, that figure rapidly arced across more than 50 million kilometers before arriving above Dongbua Shui and the others. This was a red-haired male, filled with killing intent. He looked down at Dongbua Shui and the other 2 with a strand of vigilance in his eyes. he growled. Cultivators from Realm Heart, Great Land. Natives? Dongbua Shueing and Sword Master naturally recognized him. Big Brother Feishue, Brother Bewitching Sword, there is a camp not too far away. There are 16 natives there. Barbaturin transmitted over. They are extremely careful. The subordinates I sent were discovered by them the moment they discovered them. They should be natives who came to the sky-floating island to temper themselves. Dongbua Shueing guessed. Sword Master instead laughed. You all came to the sky-floating island to temper yourself? We're also here to adventure. Chapter 12:15. The red-haired male had a powerful aura. Standing in midair, he looked down at Dongbua Shueing and the other two. Of the three, Barbaturin, who was in the form of a human-shaped big insect, had a strange aura. The final realm insect's aura was wicked and tyrannical, and it wasn't easy to offend him. Sword Master was an expert who had reached the final realm of destruction. Naturally, he had a sharp aura too, and Dongbua Shueing did not disguise himself. Instead, his aura was the weakest. Your Highness, judging from their aura, 2 of the 3 seemed to be at the final realm. The red-haired male transmitted back. How should we deal with them? 2 seem to be at the final realm? Are there any unparalleled existences from Realm Heart, Great Land? At that moment, many transmissions were transmitted over. The most famous, unparalleled existences in Realm Heart, Great Land aren't among them. The red-haired male transmitted back. Our intelligence is from a very long time ago. Who knows if there might be some final realm cultivators in Realm Heart, Great Land who have obtained a supreme graded secret treasure. In my opinion, we should befriend these 3 cultivators from Realm Heart, Great Land and let them become our helpers. We should still be careful. Some cultivators from Realm Heart, Great Land are wicked. That Realm Beast King and Extreme Knight Primogenita are rumored to have devoured countless sentient beings. We have already fallen to this stage. If this continues, our Blood Flame clan will most likely be wiped out. This time we must get the sexual relation fruit so that your Highness can become stronger. As long as your Highness becomes stronger, only then can we snatch back our world, and only then can our Blood Flame clan continue existing. The sexual relation fruit is miraculous to us, but it isn't useful to the cultivators from Realm Heart, Great Land. They won't risk their lives to compete with us for it. All right, befriend them and let them become our helpers. Ingi, you should go and interact with them. Yes, Your Highness. Very soon he made his decision, saying it was slow, but in reality, the transmission happened very quickly. A figure arced through the sky and flew over. This was a beautiful girl with silver hair. She wore a silver armor with red patterns on it. They are cultivators from the Realm Heart, Great Land. They aren't our enemies. There's no need for Big Brother to be nervous. The silver-haired woman spoke a few words to the red-haired man before descending near Dongbua Shueing's group of 3. The silver-haired woman smiled and said, "My name is Ingi. This time, our team entered this floating island to search for treasures. Furthermore, the sky-floating island is filled with danger. The Death Destruction clan is even crazier. If we work together to deal against the Death Destruction clan, we will be able to walk further in the sky-floating island. We will also have a greater chance of acquiring treasures. What do the 3 of you think?" Dongbua Shueing, Sword Master, and Barbaturin looked at each other and quickly conversed. Within the Broken Teeth mountain range, even though the Death Destruction clan and the natives were huge, the natives were very similar to the cultivators outside. They had high intelligence too. Even though they were guarded against the outside world, they could still work together. The greatest difference between the natives and those in the outside world was that the natives had a strand of chaotic origin, life form, bloodline in their bodies. Very well. In terms of understanding of the floating islands, you are definitely above us. It is a good thing that we can work together. Sword Master took the initiative to say, my clan's majesty, and the others are not too far away. Please." The silver-haired woman smiled as she led the way. Very soon, both parties met. Even though Dongbu Shuiing and the others were prepared to temper themselves, the Broken Teeth mountain range did not lack danger. It was also a good thing that they could work together with the natives. In reality, some natives were not willing to work together with the cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land. Both parties met and conversed briefly. Dongbu Shuiing and the others also knew that the leader of this team was a leader called Blood Flame Ji. The others addressed this Blood Flame Ji as His Majesty. The Death Destruction clan has their own territory. His Royal Highness Shuiyenji was a tall and handsome young man wearing a green robe. He introduced with a smile, "If we intrude into their territory, we will definitely be ambushed by them. Of course, if we are strong enough, they will fear us. We will continue heading towards the core region of the sky-floating island. If you feel any danger, you can leave any time. Since we came here, we won't be afraid of danger. At most, we will just lose a fleshy body," Barbaturin said with a low and hoarse voice. "Good." His Royal Highness Shui Yenji immediately cheered. The other members of his team looked at Dongbu Shuiing and the other two. They seemed to have become much friendlier. This is truly delightful. The few of us admire the cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land the most for having avatars, allowing us to charge forward no matter how terrifying the danger is. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji sighed. In our Realm Heart Great Land, there are very few who have avatars. Dongbu Shuiing said, "It is still better than us. We want to cultivate avatars, yet we have no way to do so." His Royal Highness Shuiyenji had a complex expression. If he had avatars, he would not have fallen to this stage. Swordmaster said, "Can we set off now?" "Let's go. Shall we lead the way?" His Royal Highness Shui Yenji said. "Sure." Swordmaster Barbaturin and Dongbu Shuiing did not object to it. Both parties proceeded forward together. His Royal Highness Shuiyenji and his team of 16 walked at the front. They were also leading the way. Dongbu Shuiing and the other two walked behind. Both parties were on high alert. They were mainly wary of the Death Disaster clan. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed. The illusory realm maintained by Dongbu Shuiing naturally avoided the 16 natives to prevent any conflicts. During these 2 hours, Dongbu Shuiing discovered more Death Disaster clansmen spying on them. "The 3 of you must be careful. We have previously fought with the Death Disaster clan, and they know we are not to be trifled with. You are new here. Hence, the new ambush might be directed against you." His Royal Highness Shuiyenji turned around and said to Dongbu Shuiing and the other two, "Many thanks, Your Highness. We will be careful." Sword Master smiled in reply. Just as he finished speaking, 6 black figures suddenly appeared from the ground. They directly surrounded Dongbu Shuiing, Barbaturin, and Sword Master. They came too suddenly. When the illusory realm sensed them, the Death Disaster clan had already arrived. Scram! All of a sudden, Insect Ancestor Batuachin roared out. His mouth had strangely enlarged, and a furious roar that brought along a strange ripple spread out, causing the 6 black shadows to tremble slightly from the impact of the ripple. Furthermore, the black robe on Barbaturin's body abruptly dispersed. It turned into many insects that surrounded and attacked the 6 black figures. Every black figure suffered from the attacks of many insects. Every black figure had the appearance of a black-skinned, mutated beast. They brought along a dark aura of death. Final realm insect beasts had strange and unpredictable techniques. Ever since he transacted with Undying Underworld Emperor, Barbaturin had become much stronger. Hua, hua, hua! The 6 black figures knew that things were amiss. They actually turned into black fog and dissipated in the void. A robe can turn into so many insects. Just by relying on these insects, he could force the 6 Death Disaster Clansmen to retreat. The 16 natives were startled when they saw that. The technique of barbaturin was different from what they knew of cultivators. This made them no longer dare to underestimate the slightly ugly barbaturin. They were not to be trifled with. That time when Undying Underworld Emperor attacked Ba Tuachin, he used his robe to defend against it. Dongbua Shuang thought, that robe is undamaged too. Is it a secret treasure? Or is it formed from insects? After all, he was the first cultivator in the history of Realm Heart Great Land who fused with a final realm insect beast. Even Dongbua Shuang and Sword Master did not understand much about Ba Tuachin. Haha, insect ancestor is extraordinary. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji chuckled. But this is merely a contact. In order to understand your strength, the Death Disaster Clan has only sent some weaker subordinates. The truly powerful ones have yet to act. Following that, the team continued moving forward. Traversing through the sky-floating island, the natives understood the dangers of the natural environment better than Dongbua, Shuang, and the others. Hence, they easily avoided the dangers along the way. Ha ha ha! An ugly face formed from a lump of black fog appeared above. It looked down at the team and let out an ear-piercing laughter. That laughter directly impacted the soul. That laughter was filled with malice and killing intent. It's here. Dongbua Shuang, Barbaturin, and Sword Master could feel an immense threat coming from that black fog face. Hua hua, hua hua! At that moment, dozens of black figures appeared from the surface. More than 80% of them were from the 16 natives team. Only 5 remained. 3 humanoid Death Disaster Clansmen and 2 beast-like Death Disaster Clansmen attacked Dongbua Shuang and the other 2. Chapter 1216. That enormous black foggy face immediately pounced towards His Royal Highness Shui Yinji, who had a good temper. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji's body was suddenly covered in red flames. His aura abruptly surged. He punched out with his fist, causing the void ahead to burn and distort. The black foggy face turned into a black-robed young girl. That black-robed young girl forcibly resisted against the impact of the flames and killed her way over to His Royal Highness Shui Yinji. She directly sent a claw over. The hands of this black-robed young girl were pitch black and huge. They were as sharp as blades. There were also more than 20 Death Disaster Clansmen surrounding and attacking the other natives. These natives naturally formed a combat formation of 3 and immediately faced the enemies. Dongbua Shuang was the most relaxed among those present. He was not in a rush to act. Instead, he was leisurely watching the entire battlefield. This native Royal Highness is close to unparalleled existences in terms of power, but his techniques are much cruder, and he is far from being comparable to cultivators. Dongbua Shuang judged. His strength was strong, but he lacked too much in the laws and profound mysteries. He should be around 20 to 30% of Eternal Night primogenitor strength. The other 15 subordinates were not weak, especially when the 3 of them worked together to form a combat formation. The weakest combat formation had the strength of a final realm expert, and the strongest was close to the standard of that Royal Highness. No wonder they dared to come to the sky-floating island. This team is quite strong, but Sword Master should be able to suppress them all by himself. Dongbua Shuang thought. Over at his side, 5 Death Disaster Clansmen charged over. Insect ancestor Ba Tuachin's black robe flew out, once again transforming into insects that engulfed those Death Disaster Clansmen. It's just that this time it did not work. The leading Death Disaster Clansman was an ugly, black-robed old man. His body warped into an enormous black head. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the insects in one gulp. The insects struggled again. After the giant head closed its mouth, it kept twisting its head, trapping those insects. Amen. A murderous light flashed in the eyes of Barbaturin. He flapped his wings and charged over. So, the other 4 figures charged toward the Sword Master and Dong Bushwang. Humph! Sword Master softly shook his head. He could discern that the strongest among this batch of Death Disaster clansmen was the one who fought with Blood Flame G. Although the 5 beasts surrounding them were quite powerful, they were nothing in front of the Sword Master. Chi! The sword light was beautiful and resplendent. It was as if many light rays were arcing through the air, arcing through many Death Disaster clansmen. The Sword Master's sword light was very gentle. It seemed he wanted to rely on this to understand the strength of every member of the Death Destruction clan. Nevertheless, the bodies of these Death Disaster clansmen were still cut by the sword lights. Some turned into fog and escaped into the ground. Some were weaker and did not manage to escape in time. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 Death Destruction clansmen died, and the other 2 fled. Seeing this, the giant head that was trapping countless insects was also shocked. It couldn't hold on any longer and immediately dissipated, turning into a black fog that burrowed into the ground and escaped. Ah! No, die! As Dongbua Shui-ing and the others were having an easy time dealing with the Death Destruction clansmen, the natives were the ones suffering the main attacks from the Death Destruction clansmen. Under the joint attack of more than 20 Death Destruction clansmen, 2 combat formations of the natives had already collapsed. These 2 combat formations had a total of 6 members. Some were heavily injured and killed, though there were also some who erupted in madness. Break! One of the natives had suddenly expanded his aura amidst his madness. His techniques had also greatly improved, reaching the final realm. His survival capabilities had also greatly improved. Xiao! Sword Master frowned when he saw that those 2 combat formations had collapsed too quickly, and he did not have the time to save them. He immediately waved out the god's sword in his hand. The sword light arced through the sky, attacking those Death Destruction clansmen. Sword Master's attacks seemed weaker than His Royal Highness Shui Yenji. Nevertheless, his techniques were incredibly profound, and the effects were more terrifying. Cultivators had a huge advantage in terms of profound techniques, much less that Sword Master had cultivated a supreme-graded secret importation. Retreat! That black-robed young girl who was fighting with His Royal Highness Shui Yenji immediately let out a sharp howl when she saw that. Hoo! All the Death Destruction clansmen turned into black fog and tunneled underground. In terms of escaping ability, the outsiders could not compare to the Death Destruction clansmen living within the sky-floating islands. The Death Destruction clansmen could easily teleport and burrow underground here, and Dongbua Shui-ing and the others could not teleport or burrow underground, unless they were powerful enough to kill the Death Destruction clansmen within a short period. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to kill a single Death Destruction clansman. The Death Destruction clansmen have retreated. They have left. The natives heaved a sigh of relief. It was just that the atmosphere was slightly sorrowful, because they had lost 4 of their companions in just a short moment. Paragon Master Bewitching Sword, many thanks for your help. Otherwise, our losses would be even greater. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji walked over with gratitude. At the same time, his gaze towards Sword Master was different. His subordinates were also looking at Sword Master with a strand of respect. Clearly, they were much friendlier towards Dongbua Shui-ing and the others. Previously, they thought that there might be unparalleled existences amongst the 2 who seemed to be at the final realm. That was merely a guess. But after the previous battle, Blood Flame G and the others understood that this Paragon Master Bewitching Sword had surpassed the strongest His Royal Highness Shui Yenji of their surviving Blood Flame World clan. He should most likely be at the unparalleled level. They naturally had to befriend a helper of this level. This way, they would have a greater chance of acquiring the Een Spirit Fruit. Paragon Master Bewitching Sword was at the unparalleled level. That insect ancestor wasn't someone to be trifled with either. As for that white-robed young man, Great Paragon Feishue, they knew that the great paragons in Realm Heart Great Land were merely second-level cosmos gods, and should be the weakest among the three. Since we are moving together, we are comrades. Naturally, we have to save each other. It's just that I am slightly late. Sword Master said, "They are not strong enough, yet they are willing to take the risk." Barbaturin frowned. With their strength, they shouldn't be of much help to His Royal Highness Shui Yinji, right? Why are you sending them to their deaths? This isn't sending them to their deaths. This is training. Even though 4 of us died, Feishue Lin has once again awakened his bloodline, greatly increasing his strength. Those natives retorted. When Dongbua Shueing and the other 2 heard that, they could not help but feel puzzled. It wasn't that they knew nothing about the natives. Given the long years that the Summer Wind Ancient Nation explored, they had a deep understanding of the natives. The natives were scattered across many hidden worlds. Each world represented a clan. Because they could awaken their bloodlines and increase their strength, it was rumored that they had the bloodline of a chaotic origin life form. Of the methods to awaken one's bloodline, one had to temper oneself amidst life and death situations. Under a true life and death situation, the chances of awakening one's bloodline would be greater, but many would still fall before death. Hence, those who entered the sky-floating islands risked their lives were usually very few. It was fine if an entire team of cultivators entered the sky-floating islands if they were strong. They had a higher chance of surviving, but those who were weaker could barely reach the final realm strength even when 3 of them worked together in a combat formation. It was too dangerous for them to enter the sky-floating islands. The cultivators in the Realm Heart Great Land had avatars. It was fine if they were not afraid of losing their avatars, but there was no need for the natives to do so. We are here to temper ourselves. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji simply said, "Since we chose to temper ourselves, we are naturally prepared to die. This time, with Paragon Master Bewitching Sword around, we'll be much safer. But I have to remind you all, the strength of Paragon Master Bewitching Sword will make the Death Destruction clan feel fear. The weaker Death Destruction clan members would not dare to come again. But this sky-floating island has many groups of Death Destruction clan members. The stronger they are, the more central they would be. Even though their intelligence is ordinary, they can still communicate with each other. They know our strength. Then, the next time they come, it will be more dangerous. Even with Paragon Master Bewitching Sword strength, he might not be able to protect us." Blood Flame G said, "What we can do now is to hurry over before they start another ambush." "All right, Your Majesty, since you all understand the sky-floating island better, you should hurry over." Sword Master said, "Let's not delay any further. Let's set off now. We have to travel faster." Blood Flame G brought everyone along at high speed this time. He knew the strength of Dongbua Shueing's side and was not worried that they could not catch up. Dongbua Shueing and the other 2 remained behind. "Have you heard what that His Majesty said? This time, the Bewitching Sword has revealed its strength. The next time the Death Destruction clan appears, even the Bewitching Sword might not be able to resist against them." Barbaturin transmitted, "We have never thought of sweeping across the entire Death Destruction clan. What we want to do is to survive the pursuit of the Death Destruction clan. It would be even better if we could get some treasures too." Dongbua Shueing transmitted with a smile, "Snow Eagle, you are our trump card. Perhaps I might not be able to resist against them in a while, and we might have to rely on your killing move." Sword Master transmitted, "We will know how effective this killing move is in a while." Dongbua Shueing transmitted back, "Big Brother Feishue, I see that this team of natives seems to treat you as the weakest amongst the 3 of us, but they do not know that I am the weakest." Barbaturin transmitted with a smile. They were all feeling relaxed. Chapter 1217. Dongbu Shuiing and the other natives were moving at an extremely fast speed towards the core of this sky-floating island. With the natives leading the way, their journey was smooth. And at another location, Hua, 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 a group of black fog condensed into many disaster clansmen. Some are beast-like and some are humanoid. The leader was that black-robed young girl. King, these invaders are very powerful. We can't stop them just by ourselves. They were all looking at the black-robed young girl. The black-robed young girl's pair of black claws were casually moving. Her eyes were filled with coldness as she nonchalantly said, "The invaders have far surpassed the capabilities of our branch. You should all retreat. Remember, avoid them and don't send yourselves to death. We have suffered huge losses this time. I'll report this matter upwards and leave it to the elders to deal with." Yes, King. All the subordinates lowered their heads respectfully. The black-robed young girl then turned into black fog and disappeared with a flash. These subordinates also turned into black fog and tunneled underground. The sky-floating island was their birthplace. Over here, they completely held the initiative. They could fight and retreat whenever they wanted. At the core of the sky-floating island, there was a huge mountain that had been dug out. Within the mountain, there were several simple palaces. It was not bad for the Death Disaster Clan to construct these palaces. Some of the weaker Death Disaster Clansmen were not much different from wild beasts in terms of intelligence. Only the elite experts were slightly more intelligent, and the higher-ups at the core had the highest intelligence too. But compared to the cultivators and the natives, they were too lacking. An unseen ripple formed. A lump of black fog appeared before the ripple. It condensed into a black-robed young girl. The black-robed young girl stood there coldly. A pitch-black, mutated beast face appeared amidst the ripple. It stared at the black-robed young girl outside. "King Fu Suo, why did you come to the clan's ground?" That ugly, mutated beast face asked. "I have an important matter to report to the Emperor." "Hurry up and relay the message," the black-robed young girl coldly shouted. She disdained talking to this protector. "Report to the Emperor?" that mutated beast face exclaimed. "King Fuso, you really have something to report to the Emperor? Do you think I dare to lie about such a matter?" The black-robed young girl shouted. "Don't waste time." The face of the mutated beast hesitated slightly. Even though this group of Death Destruction clansmen living in the clan's ground looked down on outsiders, they did not dare to offend the Death Destruction clan. However, he actually dared to report such important information to the Emperor. Even if he lied to others, no one would dare to lie to the Emperor. Hua! The invisible ripples immediately opened up a path. "Please wait in the Elders' Hall." A huge beast with a fiery red head and a black body growled from the side. "Humph!" The black-robed girl couldn't even be bothered to look the guard. She quickly rushed towards the Elder Hall. The mountain occupied a vast area and was the most important core of the entire floating island. The black-clothed girl didn't wander around and went straight to the Elder's Hall. Elder Hall. It was a dark hall with 3 thrones at the top. At the center of the hall, there was a huge pond. The liquid in the pond was pitch black, but there was a strange crooked fruit tree growing there. There were 2 fruits growing on the tree. The skin of the fruits was very thin, and one could see countless rays of light circulating within the fruits. The tree was about 30 meters tall, and there was a strange gray eye at the top of the tree. The gray eye was emitting an unseen pressure. The entire hall was silent. "King Fu Suo, please wait a moment." The 2 guards outside the Elder's Hall stared coldly at King Fu Suo. King Fu Suo snorted coldly. She stood within the Elder's Hall and waited. Given her temper, if not for the intruder being so powerful that she had to report it upwards, she would be too lazy to come to the clan's ground. The strength of the intruder had reached a stage where the clan's ground would have to be on guard. If she did not report this information upwards, she would be in big trouble once it was discovered. "King Fu Suo, what exactly is the matter that you want to report to the Emperor?" Don't you know that the emperor and the elders are currently in deep sleep? A tall, skinny man walked in. He had a long, thin tail that dragged on the ground. The tall, skinny man snickered. You should know how angry the emperor and the elders are after waking up from their slumber. If it's not something important enough, I'm afraid they might even punish you. King Chi-du, I discovered an intruder in my territory. King Fu-Saw coldly said. The intruder is a team of natives and 3 cultivators from the realm Heart, Great Land. The leader of the team of natives isn't any weaker than me, and one of the 3 cultivators from the realm Heart, Great Land is even stronger than me. He is at least a peak king. Oh, the tall and thin male revealed a look of astonishment. There are even intruders from the realm Heart, Great Land? At least a peak king? Cultivators from the realm Heart, Great Land were rare. Even though cosmos gods from the realm Heart, Great Land had avatars and would frequently enter the Broken Teeth mountain range to try their luck, the Broken Teeth mountain range was ultimately too big. This sky-floating island rarely met any cultivators from the realm Heart, Great Land in history. At least a peak king had only happened once in the past. More often than not, they encountered the aboriginals. Now that you know the strength of the intruder is extraordinary, hurry up and report it upwards. The black-robed young girl said, No rush, no rush. Regardless if it is awakening the elders or the emperor, they are extraordinary. I still have to discuss with the other kings. The tall and thin male said, Discuss. The black-robed young girl was slightly anxious. By the time you finished discussing, the intruder would have arrived. The tall and thin male merely sneered. A non-Clansground king was not qualified to question the actions of the Clansground. The Clansground was the ruler of the entire sky-floating island. Humph! The black-robed young girl snorted coldly when she saw that. I've already reported the news. If any trouble were to happen, the emperor wouldn't blame me for it. Rest assured, the tall and thin male said. At the same time, he transmitted a message to the other kings in the Clansground. After some trivial discussions, after the time taken to brew a cup of tea, after discussing, there is a peak king among the intruders. It is possible that he is at the so-called unparalleled level in the realm Heart, Great Land. We just need to awaken second elder and third elder. We will temporarily not awaken the grand elder and emperor. The tall and thin male said, The enemy might still be hiding his strength. The black-robed young girl said, don't we still have the other kings? Humph, humph. We are all born from the death of chaotic origin life forms, and those remnant clans with chaotic origin bloodlines have the bloodline of chaotic origin life forms hidden in their bodies too. The tall and thin male sneered. Compared to the 2 great clans, the cultivators are much weaker. Furthermore, we are on the sky-floating island. It is sufficient for us to deal with them. The cultivators have truly cultivated step by step from being weak. Their usage of energy is too mystical. I feel that we should at least awaken the Grand Elder. The 2 elders are both peak kings. If the group of kings in our Clansground can't stop them, it isn't too late to awaken the Grand Elder. The tall and thin male chuckled. Wait here for a moment. I'll go and awaken the 2 elders. At the same time when the tall and thin male walked out of the elder hall, a figure rushed over. Quick, quick, quick! There is an intruder. The intruder has already passed through the outer perimeter. He is extremely fast and will soon reach the Clansground. A single-horned male wrapped in a black robe roared out. He was none other than one of the kings stationed at the outermost perimeter of the Clansground. There is a cultivator from Realm Heart, Great Land, who is incredibly powerful. He is at the peak of king rank and is on the same level as an elder. What? So fast? The tall and thin male was startled. The black-robed young girl in the elder hall shouted out when she heard that, King Chi-du, I've already asked you to hurry up. Look, he is about to kill his way to the Clansground. The tall and thin male King Chi do no longer spoke. He immediately turned into a black fog and went to meet the elder. In the depths of the mountain, there was an enormous pond here. This pond was filled with a dark green liquid. An enormous pitch-black body was lying within this dark green liquid. Because the body was too big, some parts of it were exposed above the surface of the liquid. And around this pond, there were 3 other smaller ponds. Each of the 3 smaller ponds had a body lying within. Second elder, third elder. The tall and thin male King Chi do arrived. He immediately transmitted over. Strands of ripples tunneled into the 2 bodies lying within the 2 smaller ponds. Very soon, those 2 smaller ponds trembled. 2 bodies gradually opened their eyes. Hoo! The 2 bodies turned into black fog and disappeared. Following that, they appeared by the side of the tall and thin male King Chi-do. King Chi-do, why did you wake us up? These 2 elders looked at King Chi-do. King Chi-do slightly bowed. There are invaders. They are a team of natives and 3 cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land. One of the 3 cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land is an expert who uses the sword. He is judged to be at the peak of the King Realm. The realms of cultivators are incredibly high. We might be able to protect ourselves, but we might not be able to stop them. And on the other side, Dongbu Shueing and the other 2 cultivators and the team of natives had just defeated a team of Death Disaster Clansmen who ambushed them. This team of Death Disaster Clansmen should not be too clear of their strength. Given the strength of Swordmaster, he could easily kill 5 Death Disaster Clansmen, causing the bodies of 12 Death Disaster Clansmen to dissipate. The remaining Death Disaster Clansmen immediately fled. Our speed is fast enough. There should be plenty of information regarding us that the Death Disaster Clan does not know. Soon, we will reach the core clan's ground of the Death Disaster Clan. The team of natives were all excited and looking forward to it. That His Royal Highness Shuiyenji had even transmitted to Dongbu Shueing and the other 2 cultivators. We'll kill our way to the clan's ground at the fastest speed. When you see the treasures you want, hurry up and take them. After that, we will leave immediately. Understood. Dongbu Shueing and the others were also looking forward to it. They were about to reach the core clan's ground. Today was even faster. Chapter 1218. In the cold and shabby elder hall, the 2 elders sat on top. At the same time, many figures flew in from outside and entered the hall. Some of them were in human form, while others were in beast form. As for the black-robed girl, King Fu Sua, she stood at the side and watched everything coldly. Everyone's here. The 3rd elder, who looked like a humanoid black-scaled monster, looked down with his gray eyes. Elder. The 11 figures bowed their heads respectfully. Even the black-robed girl, King Fu Sua, bowed her head slightly to show her respect. The 2nd elder and the 3rd elder looked at each other. 3rd elder continued. This time, other than the natives, there are also cultivators from the Realm Heart Great Land. King Chi-do, stay in the clan grounds and wait for my and 2nd elder's orders. The other 10 kings, as well as King Fu Sua, will move together with us. King Fu Sua, you don't have any objections, right? The black-robed girl, King Fu Sua, smiled and bowed. It's my pleasure to serve the clan. Yes. The 3rd elder nodded. King Fu Sua was ranked at the top among all the kings. Back then, she had failed in the fight for the position of elder. She was not willing to be dispatched, so she led a group of subordinates and left the clan grounds. After all, King Fu Sua was a very strong battle power. The 2 elders still had to mobilize her. Of the invaders, there are a total of 3 cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land. Those who use swords are unparalleled existences. The 2nd elder and I will deal with them together. As for the remaining 2 cultivators, one should be at the final realm, and the other should be at the level 2 Cosmos God Realm. Queen Fu Sua, you deal with 2 of them. All the other kings work together to destroy the natives as quickly as possible. Go and help King Fu Suo. Yes, including King Fu Suo. The 11 kings all obeyed. Let's not waste any more time. Kill the enemies outside the clan's territory. Let's go. Third elder and second elder stood up at the same time. All the kings immediately moved to the sides. So. The 2 elders instantly flew out of the hall, and the other 11 kings immediately followed. All of them turned into black mist filled with the aura of death and disappeared from the clan grounds. They directly went to attack. Only King Chi-Du was left to guard the clan grounds. The Death Destruction clan could easily move and teleport within the sky-floating islands. Hence, they were not worried about the safety of their clan's ground, because they could return at any time. So, Dongwu Shuiing and the others were heading towards the clan's territory at an extremely fast speed. Traveling through the dangerous floating island, His Royal Highness Shuiyenji, who was in the team of natives, informed them of some of the dangerous places through voice transmission. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. 13 figures appeared out of thin air. Be it insect ancestors, warning technique, Dongwu Shuiying's illusory world scouting, or the vigilance of the natives. All of them were only discovered when the enemies appeared. Every single one of these 13 figures gave off a terrifying aura. Dongwu Shuiying, insect ancestor, and the others could feel an intense threat coming from them. There were 2 figures in the lead. One was a humanoid scaled monster, while the other was a hunchbacked old man surrounded by green mist. Both of their auras were majestic, and they were even more tyrannical than the eternal night primogenitor to Dongwu Shuiying. There were 11 figures behind them, some in human form, some in beast form, and all of them had powerful auras. The black-clothed girl who had attacked them before was just one of them. Be careful. They are the 2nd elder and 3rd elder of the clan's ground and 11 kings. His Royal Highness Shuiyenji's expression changed greatly. He immediately transmitted over. 2nd elder and 3rd elder, Dongwu Shuiying, insect ancestor, and sword master felt their hearts tightening, because the team of natives was sincere in cooperating with them. They had long told them that the most terrifying existences in this sky-floating island were the emperor, and the 3 elders under him. The grand elder was the strongest, followed by the 2nd elder and 3rd elder. The remaining ones were the kings. Brother Bewitching Sword, Big Brother Fei Shue, other than that emperor and grand elder, the apex experts of the Death Disaster clan on this sky-floating island have practically come out in full force. Insect ancestor transmitted over. Our movements are considered fast. We are currently rushing towards the clan's ground together with the natives. We aren't delayed by the dangerous environment at all, but we are still intercepted. We have yet to obtain any treasures after arriving at the sky-floating island. The treasures within the Broken Teeth mountain range aren't that easy to obtain. Dongwu Shuiying transmitted over. Let's fight according to the plan. Sword Master transmitted over. They had never felt that they could defeat the Death Disaster clan head-on. The moment the Death Disaster clan went all out, it was impossible to stop them. They could only try their best to survive and see if they could obtain any treasures. The treasures were usually located at the core region of the sky-floating island. Fortunately, Dongwu Shuiying was inwardly rejoicing. The gap of a single level would usually be so huge that it was ridiculous, like Dongwu Shuiying himself. Even though every avatar was at the final realm, 9 avatars working together with the Void Fire Lotus Flower, there was still a gap between them and unparalleled existences. If that emperor were to descend, he would be much more terrifying than the 2 elders and 11 kings in front of him. Blood Flame Ji suddenly waved his hand. The 3 companions by his side were immediately kept. At the same time, another 4 companions appeared. The newly appeared clansmen were clearly much stronger. The 2 elders have already killed their way over. If they could not stop us, the Grand Elder would most likely appear. This time, we are using all the strength of the Blood Flame clan. We can only succeed. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji transmitted over. We are the only remaining experts of the Blood Flame clan. If we get the Een Spirit Fruit, we might be able to take back our hometown. Otherwise, our clan will end up like the other worlds in the Broken Teeth mountain range in the past, annihilated. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must get the Een Spirit Fruit. Let's do it! The eyes of these clansmen were burning with a fanatical fighting spirit. Dongbua Shui Ing, Insect Ancestor, and Sword Master were slightly startled. This His Royal Highness Shui Yenji kept the 3 weaker companions and released 4 stronger ones? Clearly, this His Royal Highness Shui Yenji had brought along an Eden treasure with him. There should be quite a number of clansmen within the Eden treasure. From the aura of these clansmen, they were all powerful. Practically all of them had the strength of a final realm expert. This made them sigh with emotion. The native forces of the Broken Teeth world were indeed strong enough. There were so many High Lords at once, but they didn't know that these were all the remaining top powerhouses of one of the worlds that had fled, saying it was slow. In reality, the moment the Death Disaster clan appeared, the natives immediately switched out their members. The battle immediately erupted. Ho! Second Elder's figure turned illusory. He turned into an incomparably huge green fog giant. This giant was towering, and his toenails were bigger than the surrounding trees. He lowered his head and let out a roar, causing an unseen ripple to envelop Sword Master. As for Third Elder, he roared as he charged over. His entire body was covered in black scales. His tail and claws were all terrifying weapons. He waved his hand. His arm was like a blade that tore through the void. A black ray of light cut toward Sword Master. Humph! Sword Master stood in midair. He wielded his sword and waved it out. The entire world started revolving along with his sword. Third Elder and Second Elder seemed to be fiercer, yet they were uncontrollably affected by it. They had no choice. Their realms were too low. Even though they were powerful, they were still too crude in front of Sword Master, who had a supreme graded, secret importation. Sword Master comprehended a supreme graded secret importation, and his techniques were very comprehensive. This was also one of the reasons why supreme graded, secret importation techniques were so precious. Like supreme graded secret treasures and final realm experts, they could only rely on the mystical techniques contained within the supreme graded secret treasures to unleash their techniques. If they did not contain any techniques, they would not be able to unleash their techniques. But supreme graded secret importation imparted Tao that was much more comprehensive. They could even comprehend other things by analogy and assimilate them into their own bodies, allowing them to specialize in more techniques. Dai, the black-robed girl, King Fu Suo, was incredibly tyrannical. A single claw sent Insect Ancestor flying, causing his body to scatter apart. Big Brother Feishue, this enemy is too strong. I can't fight against him. Insect Ancestor transmitted. Leave it to me. After coming to the sky-floating island, this was the first time Dongbua Shuang fought. So, an enormous void flame lotus flower appeared. A total of 9 white-robed young men appeared on top of the lotus flower. This startled the black-robed girl, King Fu Suo. She then sneered, "So what if there are so many of you? Die for me." Her claw abruptly turned huge. It was shrouded in endless black aura as it slapped over. Break. The 9 white-robed young men punched out at the same time. Countless fist shadows appeared and converged into an enormous fist. That fist was imbued with surging chaotic origin energy. Following that, with a boom, that fist clashed against that enormous claw. The expression of the black-robed girl changed. She could not help but be forced back a little. That bizarre energy tunneled into her body. The weakest of the 3 cultivators, The black-robed girl, King Fusua, was filled with disbelief. This is the weakest? He is the second strongest amongst the invaders this time. He is even harder to deal with than that leader of the natives. Chapter 12:19. As the various parties fought on the battlefield, they were also paying attention to the overall situation. The black-robed girl King Fusua could fight against His Royal Highness Shui Yenji head-on. She had left the clan's ground after failing to become an elder. Her combat strength was unquestionable. This cultivator, who was deemed as a level 2 cosmos god and the weakest threat, could actually fight against King Fusua. This startled all parties. Let us fight as we advance towards the clan's ground. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji felt great joy when he saw that. At the same time, he transmitted to all parties, "All right, let's advance towards the core ground." Sword Master was relatively relaxed. Even though he could not defeat the two elders, he could rely on his sword to tie down these two frighteningly powerful elders, preventing them from dealing against the others. His strength. The black-robed girl King Fusua furiously attacked. Every single move of hers was filled with a deathly aura. They were powerful, yet Dongbua Shueing felt relaxed against them, because the other party was just powerful, and the profound mysteries contained in her techniques were much simpler. He could even gain the upper hand. Chaotic Origin Ocean. Dongbua Shueing was still casting his Chaotic Origin Ocean at the same time. Hong Long Long. At that moment, the surrounding domain came pressing down, coupled with the world energy from the Void Fire Lotus Flower. That was the strongest technique Dongbua Shueing could unleash. It was fine if those two elders were sufficiently powerful, but the other kings from the Death Disaster clan felt themselves being suppressed by layers of restrictions. Every single movement of theirs was affected, causing their strength to plummet. Even though the Chaotic Origin Ocean did not cover a huge area on the sky-floating island, it was sufficient to envelop the entire battlefield. It was easy for these Death Disaster clansmen to escape from the domain. But they came here to kill these invaders. Escape? How could they stop the invaders? He is weak. At this moment, including the two elders, every single king was cursing inwardly. This white-robed young cultivator made them feel uncomfortable. Like the natives, His Royal Highness Shueyenji, his techniques were more direct. But this white-robed young man's techniques were much more unpredictable. He could still tie down the black-robed girl King Fusua while maintaining his domain. We can't stop these natives anymore. This domain is preventing us from unleashing our full strength. The 10 kings surrounding the natives were all anxious. This time the natives were even stronger than what was described in the intelligence report. His Royal Highness Shueyenji was mainly used to confuse the enemy and train his clansmen. Currently, the entire Death Disaster clan had come out. His Royal Highness Shueyenji would naturally summon the other 4 strongest experts hidden within the clan. With these 4 experts as the core, they formed 4 great combat formations. The combat power of the 4 major battle formations and His Royal Highness Shueyenji were much stronger than what was reported. Even so, the natives were still at a disadvantage. They could only preserve their lives and try their best to advance towards their clan's land. But now, with the appearance of the Chaotic Origin Ocean, both parties were equally matched. The speed of the natives greatly increased. Awaken the Great Elder. The towering second elder sent a telepathic message. Wake up the Great Elder. Wake up the Great Elder. Because this place was very close to the clan's land after 2 transmissions, it reached the ears of that King Chi-Du who was guarding the clan's land. King Chi-Du did not dare to hesitate. He immediately went to wake up the Great Elder. There were 3 smaller ponds surrounding the enormous pond. Within one of the smaller ponds, the Great Elder was currently sleeping. Great Elder, Great Elder. King Chi-Du immediately called out. His voice was continuously transmitted into the body of the Great Elder. The Great Elder gradually opened his eyes. Following that, his body dissipated like fog before condensing before King Chi. Do the Great Elder stared at King Chi. Do his eyes were cold. Great Elder. King Chi Du hurriedly explained the intelligence report. The situation of the enemy is like this. Second Elder and Third Elder have led 11 kings, including King Fu Suo, to intercept them. But now that they ask me to wake you, Great Elder, I'm afraid some unforeseen events might have occurred. I wonder if I should wake the Emperor? No need. If the enemy is too strong, they wouldn't have instructed you to wake me. Before the final moment, you must not wake the Emperor. Otherwise, the Emperor would be infuriated. Humph. Yes, I understand. King Chi Du hurriedly replied. The Great Elder glanced at King Chi Du coldly, after which he dissipated like fog and vanished. Only then did King Chi Du heave a sigh of relief. Great Elder. If Second Elder and Third Elder were still at the king rank, they were only at the peak of the king rank. But the Great Elder had already broken through the king rank and reached an even higher level. The strength of the Great Elder was most likely even more terrifying than the 10 kings added together. The natives and the 10 kings were evenly matched. As they fought, they rushed towards the clan's land. They were already near the clan's land. Soon, we will be there soon. The natives were all incomparably excited. This time, they were fighting with their lives on the line. If they failed, the chances of them making a comeback would be extremely low. The entire Blood Flame clan would most likely be wiped out. Fortunately, when they were training their clansmen, they actually met a team of cultivators. The strength of this team of cultivators was sufficiently strong. South Sword Master, Dongbua Shuiying, and Insect Ancestor had an even easier time. Sword Master was too powerful. His techniques were incredibly profound. With a single sword, he could defend against the 2 Great Elders. Furthermore, he would occasionally send 1 or 2 sword strikes towards that King Fu Suo. This made King Fu Suo feel sullen. After all, it was already hard to deal with the white-robed young man who rode on the Scarlet Fire Lotus. Now, she had to face the sneak attack of an even stronger, unparalleled existence who used a sword. Humph! Suddenly a cold snort sounded. The temperature of the world plummeted. A layer of frost covered the ground. Dongbua Shuiying and the others felt their hearts trembling. A cold, deathly aura had already invaded their bodies. A figure appeared in midair. It was a black-robed old man who stood with his hands behind his back. His hair was disheveled. He stared coldly at the group of cultivators. Abruptly, he opened his mouth and spurted out black clouds. The world underwent a huge transformation. They directly fell into a world of darkness. Dongbua Shuiying's chaotic origin ocean had begun shattering under the endless darkness. Split. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Swordmaster went all out. A dazzling sword light tore out a crack in this world of darkness. Following that, the world of darkness finally dissipated. At the moment when the darkness dissipated, many black fog ropes appeared behind the darkness. They were madly wrapping around Swordmaster. I'll hold him back. Swordmaster could feel the pressure. He had a feeling of facing Emperor Summer or undying Underworld Emperor. Fortunately, even though this Grand Elder's techniques were terrifying, they were too crude. Hence, Swordmaster could still barely hold him back. If it were Emperor Summer or undying Underworld Emperor, they would be strong enough and would have the upper hand in terms of profoundness. By then, Swordmaster could not even hold him back. Facing against the Grand Elder, Swordmaster could only hold him back. Grand Elder is so strong. Insect Ancestor was greatly startled. Humph! Second Elder, Third Elder, and the other 11 kings were in great joy. At the same time, they were filled with confidence. Let's give up on these 2 cultivators. Let's work together to kill the natives first before dealing with them. Second Elder and Third Elder ordered. Yes. Second Elder, third elder, and the black-robed girl, King Fu Suo charged the group of natives at the same time. They were working together with the other 10 kings. Dongbua Shueing and Insect Ancestor were both feeling anxious. Insect Ancestor had no other choice. He was formidable in survival and had some strange techniques, but his combat strength was still weak. As for the group of natives, they were holding back a total of 10 kings. The moment they died, all the other kings would work together to deal with them. Dongbua Shueing knew he could not survive against them. Snow Eagle, protect them. Sword Master was doing his best to hold back that Grand Elder. At the same time, he was transmitting anxiously, Big Brother Feishue, we can only rely on your trump card. Insect Ancestor transmitted back too. All right. There was no other way. The eyes of Dongbua Shueing, who was standing on the void fire, lotus, flashed with a cold light. Hong! A terrifying shockwave instantly enveloped the surroundings. The 2 elders and 11 kings who were attacking the natives trembled. Among them, 8 kings directly fell from midair and lost consciousness. The remaining 2 elders and the 3 kings all had looks of pain and terror on their faces. They forced themselves to remain clear-headed, whooshing, whooshing, whooshing. The bit of clear-headedness allowed them to use teleportation to flee. In an instant, only that Grand Elder was left. The Grand Elder, who was initially filled with an imposing aura and tyrannical strength, revealed a look of anger. But his strength was rapidly decreasing, falling to only half of his peak strength. As for Sword Master and Insect Ancestor, they looked at Dongbua Shueing in disbelief. The effect of his trump card was that good? It was simply a move that could sweep through all 4 directions. Chapter 1220. Just a single move had wiped out almost all members of the Death Disaster clan. They either died or fled. The sole remaining Grand Elder was greatly weakened. His advantage against Sword Master was no longer as great. Grand Elder resisted against the incoming attacks, while looking at Dongbua Shueing furiously. This, if one said that Sword Master and Insect Ancestor were still mentally prepared, then the remaining Apex experts from the Blood Flame clan were truly wild with joy. He actually swept them all. It's that Monarch Feishue. He seems to be the weakest amongst the 3 cultivators, yet he is this strong. They were incredibly excited. This time, they were betting on the fate of the entire Blood Flame clan. If they succeeded, it was still possible for the Blood Flame clan to rise and take back their homeland. If they failed, it would be over for them. The Blood Flame clan would most likely disappear, just like the other natives in history. Just now, the 2nd Elder and the 3rd Elder wanted to join forces with a group of kings to attack them, which made them want to make a final stand in despair. Who would have thought that things would turn around? There was light at the end of the tunnel. Hurry, hurry. Hurry to the clan's ground and get the Een Spirit Fruit before the Emperor of the Death Disaster clan awakens. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji transmitted excitedly. Hurry! Clan's ground! These natives were all mad. Under the lead of His Royal Highness Shui Yenji, they rushed towards the clan's ground. They were fighting for time. The moment the Emperor of the Death Disaster clan appeared, he would be much more terrifying than the Grand Elder. Snow Eagle, why is this trump card of yours so formidable? Even if Ancestor Fan were to use it, the effect might not be this strong. As Sword Master defended against the Grand Elder, he continued moving towards the clan's ground. At the same time, he transmitted over. Being able to divert his attention to converse during battle showed that Sword Master was much more relaxed now. Big Brother Feishue, this is too powerful. Even though the intelligence said that the Death Disaster clan is slightly weaker in terms of soul and willpower, this is too exaggerated. But aren't you being too ridiculous? Insect Ancestor found it hard to believe. I gave it my all just now. Dongbua Shueing sent a voice transmission with a smile. The 8 kings who had lost their consciousness and had their souls destroyed had all turned into mist and dissipated. Only their weapons and other items were left behind, such as the sinister, blood-red claws and the ordinary-looking wooden stick. Dongbua Shui Ing casually kept these items. The Death Destruction clan was a clan with low intelligence. 99% of the tribe were like wild beasts, and they only had the judgment of edible or inedible when they looked at outsiders. Only the top experts of the tribe had decent intelligence, but they still killed all outsiders. It was difficult for them to work together. For the natives, they could still work together and even trade or barter. But the Death Destruction clan? Even within the Death Destruction clan, 99% of them were like wild beasts that devoured each other. Their residences were also very simple and crude, and their weapons were also very crude. However, their weapons were usually made of extraordinary materials. They were either born on their own or were special materials on the floating island. Even though the intelligence of the Death Destruction clan is low, according to legends, they are a clan born from the corpses of powerful chaotic origin life forms. They are unique life forms, and even if their intelligence and heart realm are low, their soul would still have a strong resistance towards the external world. Dongbua Shui Ing understood this point. According to the intelligence gathered by the cultivators in Realm Heart Great Land after exploring the Broken Teeth mountain range, even though the souls of the Death Destruction clan were unique, their intelligence and heart realm were too low. In terms of resisting against soul techniques, they could not compare to the cultivators who climbed up step by step from being weak. Even the natives who had a stronger resistance against soul techniques might be slightly better than the Death Destruction clan, but they could not compare to the cultivators. Cultivators were the strongest in terms of heart realm. Soul techniques are usually very effective, but there are so few who have reached the level 2 Cosmos God realm in soul techniques across the entire Realm Heart Great Land. Dongbua Shui Ing sighed inwardly. The majority do not even have avatars. They do not dare to gamble with their lives. And soul-related secret treasures that have reached the level 2 Cosmos God realm are extremely rare. To control it, one has to reach the level 1 Cosmos God realm in the Tao of Soul. Furthermore, the moment one loses his avatar, the secret treasure would be lost too. Dongbua Shui Ing said, even though everyone in Realm Heart Great Land knew that soul techniques were effective against the Death Destruction clan, it was hard to use it on a large scale. Techniques at the level 2 Cosmos God realm were usually effective against kings from the Death Destruction clan. Against emperors, it could be neglected. No matter what, this was a large-scale group technique, and also the killing trump card of Dongbua Shui Ing and the others in this operation. They would rely on Dongbua Shui Ing to deal with the strongest expert and sword master. What realm has Snow Eagle reached in his Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm? Sword Master could not help but think. He only knew. Dongbua Shui Ing relied on his Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm scripture to trade with the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, obtaining the Void Fire Lotus Flower, 50,000 kilograms of chaotic origin sand and other materials. But he did not know that currently Dongbua Shui Ing had fused 4 branches in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm. He was currently fusing the 5th branch. Furthermore, as he saved the people enslaved by Sacred Master, he gained a deeper understanding of the direction of the Tao of Soul. In the Tao of Soul, much less in Realm Heart Great Land, even across the many origin worlds, Dongbua Shui Ing stood at the apex. He was unquestionably the number 1 expert in the Tao of Soul in Realm Heart Great Land. Secret treasures like the Devil Emperor gown merely fused 2 branches. Yet Dongbua Shui Ing had begun fusing all 5 branches. When he unleashed his full power, the effect was naturally the most heaven-defying in the history of Realm Heart Great Land. Don't be happy too early, Dongbua Shui Ing transmitted. The moment I use this killing trump card, it will definitely shock the Death Destruction clan. They will most likely awaken their emperor. Even this great elder was able to maintain 50% of his strength under my soul technique. As for that emperor, my influence on him is likely even lower. Hence, we have to hurry. Right. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I really do not wish to meet that emperor. Sword Master was dealing with the Grand Elder as he rushed towards the clan's ground. Dongbua Shue Ing and Insect Ancestor were even faster. Emperors. Every sky-floating island had an emperor. They were the most terrifying existences in the entire sky-floating island, and they monopolized the best resources within the Death Destruction clan. Usually, they would cultivate in deep sleep. According to the intelligence provided by Sword Master to Dongbua Shue Ing and the others, the Death Destruction clan would usually cultivate in deep sleep. Devouring was a form of cultivation. Absorbing resources while sleeping was also a form of cultivation. In the sky-floating island, one should never think of defeating an emperor head-on. If they had the strength of Undying Underworld Emperor or Emperor Summer, they might be able to wrestle with the other party. But Dongbua Shue Ing and the others only wanted to bring the treasures out of the sky-floating island. Damn, there is actually such a powerful cultivator. Emperor, awaken the emperor. Hurry up and awaken the emperor. In the clan's ground, Second Elder, Third Elder, and the three extremely powerful kings who teleported back included King Fusu. The black-robed girl, King Fuzuo, was considered the weakest amongst them. Only with their strength could they barely maintain a strand of consciousness under the sole technique of Dongbua Shuang. They had merely executed their fleeing techniques. They were all shocked, furious, and panicking. Awaken the Emperor. Only the Emperor could deal with the enemy. Awaken the Emperor. King Chi Du, who was in the Elder Hall, looked at Second Elder, Third Elder, and the others with astonishment. Hurry! Second Elder, Third Elder, and the others even took the initiative to rush towards where the Emperor was sleeping. What happened? As King Chi Du followed behind Second Elder and the others, he asked the other three kings at the same time. Dead kings, we are the only ones who survived. The other kings are all dead. A four-hooved, silver-gray, mutated beast let out a deep voice. What? The other kings are all dead? King Chi Du was startled. His strength could only be considered ordinary amongst the group of kings. If he went, he would most likely die. King Chi Du felt a lingering fear and astonishment. What exactly happened? How could this be? Even if that unparalleled expert who used a sword could not be defeated by the kings, it should be possible for them to survive, right? King Chi Du anxiously asked. They had long known how formidable Sword Master was, and the kings should be prepared against him. Furthermore, even the Grand Elder had gone out to deal with him. It's that level 2 Cosmos God cultivator who is said to be the weakest cultivator. He is the most terrifying one. Terrifying. The moment the surviving kings thought of the descent of the mirage and illusory realm, all sorts of temptations and desires that dragged their souls into that mirage and illusory realm, they felt terror. They merely maintained a strand of consciousness. If they stayed for a longer period of time, they might not be able to resist and fall. Even if they maintained a strand of consciousness, the strength they could unleash was pitifully weak. Second Elder and Third Elder brought the other 4 kings over to that enormous pool. The pool was filled with a deep green liquid. There was an enormous, pitch-black body lying within the pool. Because it was too big, the surface of its body was exposed to the surface of the pool. It was in deep sleep, yet it did not fluctuate at all. It was as if it was a dead object. Cultivators and natives couldn't sense anything special about this sleeping emperor. But being from the Death Destruction clan, the elders and kings could sense how terrifying the energy hidden within the body of the emperor lying there was. If they could eat the emperor, they might even transform. It's just that with their strength, they could not bite through the skin of the emperor. Second Elder and Third Elder respectfully lowered their heads. They called out to their emperor. Chapter 1221. And on the other side, the team of natives and Dongbua Shue Ing had already rushed into the clan's ground one after another. Even though there were unseen ripples obstructing them, it was very weak. Cultivators from Realm Heart, Great Land. Grand Elder was incomparably furious. He had never encountered such an unbearable, illusory realm impact. Those bewildering desires were constantly pulling at his soul. He had already broken through that step and reached the Emperor realm, but he still had to divert a lot of his heart force to resist against it. Hence, the power of his techniques was greatly reduced. His techniques were crude to begin with. Once their power was greatly reduced, the suppression on Sword Master became much weaker. Sword Master was able to easily escape. Who? After breaking through the ripples, the tallest mountain in the clan's ground was right ahead. Dongbua Shue-ing looked at the distant mountain. With a thought so. Many white-robed young men began flying in different directions. He had a total of more than 10,000 avatars. This time he came to the Broken Teeth mountain range with 9 avatars. The other avatars were much weaker. They barely had the strength of ordinary cosmos gods, but it was sufficient for him to search for treasures. Dongbua Shue-ing casually released several hundred avatars. Wang, Insect Ancestor, was even guffawing. His black robe transformed into many insects that flew in all directions. He too went searching for treasures. Damn! Grand Elder was furious. It had always been their death-destruction clan devouring experts from other clans. Since when did others rush into the clan's ground to snatch treasures? It's a pity. The most elite death-destruction clansmen in the clan's ground had all retreated, because they knew that facing the terrifying soul technique of that cultivator from Realm Heart Great Land, even kings could not resist against it. Those who were weaker would simply be sending themselves to death. Broken Teeth mountain range was created by Yuan. It was also a training ground left behind by Yuan for the cultivators. There were dangers and treasures here, but there were too many sky-floating islands. A single sky-floating island would ultimately have limited treasures. Furthermore, some were treated as treasures by the higher-ups of the Death Destruction clan and were hidden away. Only those whom the Death Destruction clan disliked or disdained would be thrown outside. The Death Destruction clan was ultimately a different life form from cultivators. Some treasures that were extremely precious to cultivators were useless to the Death Disaster clan. Instead, it was the natives and the Death Destruction clan who valued treasures more or less the same. Dongbua Shue-ing's clones flew in different directions to investigate the situation. What's that? One of the doppelgangers discovered that there was a stream of water flowing down from the high mountains of the clan grounds. Below the water flow, there are many strange stones. These stones were all pitch black and had a luster to them. If one looked closely, they would see that there were layers upon layers of patterns on the surface of the black stones. The patterns looked like scales, and they were very beautiful. Mysterious scale stone. Dongbua Shue-ing recognized it immediately and flew over. With a wave of his hand, this clone controlled the void and grabbed the Xianling rocks. Mysterious scale stone was extremely precious and indestructible. Even unmatched existences couldn't directly destroy it. It could only be used when refining weapons with many supplementary materials. It was a precious material for refining secret treasures. So many Xianling stones? 625? Dongbua Shue-ing was overjoyed. The value of so many Xianling stones was so high that it could match a top-graded secret treasure. This is indeed the Broken Teeth mountain range. This single discovery is comparable to a top-graded secret treasure. Dongbua Shue-ing was incredibly happy. But in reality, how many cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land could kill their way into the core clan's ground of the sky-floating islands? Even if they did enter the clan's ground, how many could have so many avatars like him? Before entering, Dongbua Shue-ing, Sword Master, and Insect Ancestor had discussed that the treasures obtained in the Broken Teeth mountain range would be distributed according to contribution points. Of course, whoever needed it the most could take it away, though they had to compensate the other two parties. After all, Dongbo Shueing specialized in group attacks with his sole technique. Sword Master was the strongest, and Insect Ancestor was responsible for searching for treasures. His insects were the best at searching for treasures. Nothing else. Dongbo Shueing sent several hundred avatars searching. Other than discovering the mysterious scale stone, he did not discover any other treasures. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted in the distance. Dongbo Shueing, Insect Ancestor, and Sword Master immediately noticed it. That was a location deep within the mountain. That was also where the natives killed their way in. Dongbo Shueing also had an avatar that was very close to them. That eruption of aura was too horrifying. It was so grand that it caused the expressions of Dongbo Shueing, Sword Master, and Insect Ancestor to change. Above the mountain in the clan's ground, a black fog that was emitting an aura of death started condensing. Blood Flame Clan, here to steal my spirit fruit again? A grand voice resounded. This voice caused the entire world to tremble. It's the Emperor. He has awakened. Let us hurry up and leave. Sword Master, Insect Ancestor, and Dongbo Shueing immediately knew that something was amiss. Hurry up and leave. My insects have discovered treasures in 4 locations. What about you guys? Countless insects flew towards Insect Ancestor from afar. They gathered into a black robe and wrapped around Insect Ancestor's body. I've discovered one. Dongbo Shueing replied. One after another, his avatars flew over. Hurry! The natives are currently restraining them. In a moment, that Emperor will come to deal with us. Sword Master said worriedly, Emperor Feishue, please help my Blood Flame Clan. My Blood Flame Clan will definitely reward you handsomely. An anxious voice transmitted into Dongbo Shueing's ears. I'll leave a few avatars here to help them. Dongbo Shueing immediately transmitted to Sword Master. He had many avatars. Of the few avatars he left behind, there was only one with true combat strength. The others were weaker and were mainly used to confuse enemies when they encountered danger. All right. Sword Master waved his hand and kept Insect Ancestor and Dongbo Shueing into his Eden treasure. Within this Eden treasure, Dongbo Shueing's consciousness was not obstructed from permeating the outside world. He could still execute his mirage and illusory realm techniques. Go. After keeping his companions without any worries, Sword Master immediately fled with all his might. So, his speed soared to the extreme. His harvest from this sky-floating island was already sufficient. One must know that it would still be a long period of time before he could escape. Sword Master had no confidence in escaping from the hands of the Emperor. Hence, he had to leave as soon as possible. If he died, it was one thing to lose his avatars, but all his treasures would be lost. They came to Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Firstly, it was to temper themselves. Secondly, it was to collect treasures. Some treasures were helpful to cultivation. Chase. Grand Elder chased relentlessly from behind. He was clear that the moment he was shaken off, with the opponent's ability to conceal his aura, it would take a long time for him to discover them again. He had to follow them. When the Emperor arrives, it would be time for these invaders to pay the price. On the other side, Elder's Hall. One of Dongbo Shueing's super strong avatars had already arrived. With a glance, he saw the situation in the Elder's Hall. On the side of the natives, a strange blood-colored crystal appeared on His Royal Highness Shueing's forehead. His strength had increased by multiple folds, reaching the invincible realm. The clansmen behind him formed a battle formation. A drop of blood-colored liquid appeared on the forehead of each of them. Their aura had also increased by multiple folds, but the enemy was very strong. Second Elder, Third Elder, each of them had the combat strength of an invincible realm expert. King Fu Suo and the other kings were also very strong. More importantly, The one currently suppressing His Royal Highness Shuayenji was a pitch-black giant. His entire body was pitch black and he had 3 eyes. His pair of huge arms carried a mysterious feeling when he waved them, causing His Royal Highness Shuayenji to spit out blood time and time again. Fortunately, His Royal Highness Shuayenji was a native, and his fleshly body was extremely strong. Risking your life? Burning the power of your bloodline? It's useless. This pitch-black giant, once again, slapped His Royal Highness Shuayenji into the ground. Blood flamed Ji's heavily injured, fleshly body twisted and recovered. As he battled, he charged towards a strangely curved fruit tree at the side. He is risking his life to charge towards that strange fruit tree. Dongbua Shuaeng did not care about anything else. He first unleashed his illusory realm technique with all his strength. Boom! The illusory realm descended and enveloped the entire Elder Hall. The expressions of Second Elder, Third Elder, and other kings within the Elder Hall changed greatly. They immediately teleported away. As for King Chi-Du, he had already fled far away after knowing that the enemy had killed his way into the clan's ground. He was clear that he would lose his life in a single move against that terrifying cultivator from Realm Heart Great Land. The other death-destruction clansmen had all fled, but the Emperor remained unmoved. Amen. This pitch-black giant turned towards that white-robed young man who appeared outside the Elder Hall. Under the terrifying illusory realm, even the Emperor had to divert some of his heart force to resist against it, causing his strength to drop by 30%, even though he was powerful and stronger than the Grand Elder. In reality, he and the Grand Elder were both emperors. The soul strength of the Grand Elder was fundamentally different from Second Elder and others. But there was no fundamental difference between the Emperor and the Grand Elder. Hurry! When His Royal Highness Shuayenji saw that, he immediately transmitted to his subordinates, "Snatch the Een Spirit Fruit." Een Spirit Fruit. Those clansmen from the Blood Flame clan madly rushed over. Dongbua Shuaeng was also observing that peculiar fruit tree. This fruit tree grew in a pond, and the liquid within was pitch black. And this fruit tree was crooked, and it was about 30 meters tall. The skin of the 2 fruits was very thin, and one could see light revolving within. This fruit seems extraordinary, but there are no records of it in the intelligence report. Dongbua Shuaeng suddenly noticed a gray eye at the top of this peculiar fruit tree. This gray eye seemed to be embedded within the fruit tree. The pressure it emitted was also constantly enveloping the entire Elder Hall. It's just that the aura of the Emperor was much stronger at this moment. Dongbua Shuaeng did not notice this gray eye previously. When he looked over, Dongbua Shuaeng's eyes met with that gray eye. Chapter 1222. This was a gray eye located at the top of a bizarre fruit tree. Its might was constantly being released as if it had existed for 1 trillion years. The internal structure of this eye was even more profound. What realm did Dongbua Shuaeng currently reach? Even a speck of dust could become a vast continent in his field of vision. He was able to see through the deep structure of the dust, and he was able to see through the operating laws of an origin world. And at this moment, at the same time when Dongbua Shuaeng saw this gray eye, he could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. He could not help but carefully observe this gray eye. The gray eye rapidly became bigger and bigger in his field of vision. It was boundless. The structure of this gray eye was that mysterious. For instance, Dongbua Shuaeng's fleshy body that was comparable to the final realm, cosmos, god body, refinement cultivator, contained all sorts of unfathomable aspects. Every droplet of blood and every cell contained great mysteries. It was the same logic. This gray eye was much more profound than the fleshy body of Dongbua Shuaeng. Too beautiful. Beautiful to the extreme. Dongbua Shuaeng muttered to himself. He looked at that gray eye with infatuation. Monarch Feishue, we are preparing to leave. Do you need us to bring you along? Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Dongbua Shui Ying glanced at His Royal Highness Shui Yenji, who was currently fighting with the Emperor of the Death Destruction clan. Leave. Are you confident? Dongbua Shui Ying transmitted back with astonishment. It would still take some time to escape from the sky-floating island. We have our own methods. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji transmitted back. We are going to move now. Do you want to leave with us? There's no need to care about me. This is just one of my many avatars. Dongbua Shui Ying transmitted back. He was calm. He had many avatars, and he did not care if some of them dissipated. Moreover, he still needed to take a good look at the gray eye. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji replied, Imperial Emperor Feishue, the Blood Flame tribe will definitely repay your kindness. Let's meet again outside this floating island. All right, let's meet outside the island. Dongbua Shui Ying replied. At the same time, Dongbua Shui Ying was very curious. This group of natives was desperately trying to rush towards the strange fruit tree, and that emperor from the Death Destruction clan was constantly obstructing them. At the same time, he was mainly furiously attacking His Royal Highness Shui Yenji. Boom, boom, boom. The pitch-black giant's every move was incredibly powerful. However, his moves were too simple and direct. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji could only defend himself stupidly. Fortunately, with the full power of Dongbua Shui Ying's illusory realm, His Royal Highness Shui Yenji was able to resist against it. He is really resilient. Dongbua Shui Ying's expression changed inwardly. The power of the pitch-black giant was comparable to that of Undying Underworld Emperor when he attacked Feishue City. One had to know that Undying Underworld Emperor could not maintain that terrifying state for a long period. If both parties were to fight against each other, Undying Underworld Emperor could temporarily gain the upper hand. But over time, if Undying Underworld Emperor could no longer maintain his peak state, he would be suppressed by this emperor. Naturally, it was not a problem for Undying Underworld Emperor to survive. In the vast Broken Teeth mountain range, this is just an ordinary floating island. Yet it is so powerful. Dongbua Shui Ying was dumbstruck inwardly. On the side of the cultivators, their moves were profound and could save their lives when their attacks were weak. But strength could defeat everything. When the gap in power reached a certain level, the cultivator would similarly be swept away. According to hearsay, the natives have a strand of chaotic origin, life-form bloodline. Their fleshy bodies are ridiculously strong. And this His Royal Highness Shui Yenji has an even more terrifying fleshy body. Dongbua Shui Ying judged. He paid more attention to it. He then continued observing that gray eye. He was thoroughly immersed in it. He could not help but reveal a grin on his face. At this moment, that emperor was furious. He was so furious that he wanted to deal against Dongbua Shui Ying, because it was this damnable cultivator that forced him to divert some of his attention to resist against him, causing his strength to suffer. But the other elders and kings had escaped. Even Grand Elder did not come to help him. Grand Elder had sent someone to track down that sword-using cultivator. He did not have any helpers. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji and the 4 great combat formations under him. Each of the 4 great combat formations was comparable to His Royal Highness Shui Yenji. The emperor had to stop them at the same time. He was slightly flustered. He could not deal against Dongbua Shui Ying at all, because the moment he did, these natives would most likely find an opportunity to snatch away the Yin spirit fruit. One of the combat formations under His Royal Highness Shui Yenji. The 3 great experts in this combat formation had a strange blood armor covering their bodies. Under the activation of the 3 blood armors, inscriptions fused into one, causing the power of this combat formation to skyrocket. In terms of power, it had reached the level of Grand Elder. It was even stronger than His Royal Highness Shui Yenji by an entire level. After its power skyrocketed, this combat formation charged towards that strange fruit tree. Blood Flame Clan, you even brought your clan protection treasure? The emperor was startled. Blood flame, sacred armor. A total of 3. This was the clan protection treasure of the Blood Flame clan. Before the clan produced a supreme expert to protect the entire clan, the 3 great clan elders each carried the Blood Flame sacred armor. Together, they were enough to protect the entire clan. They absolutely could not afford to lose this treasure of the clan. They came to the floating island to take a risk, and even brought their clan protection treasure? One must know that if not for the white-robed young cultivator's appearance, the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder would be in a worse situation. Once they were defeated and died, their clan protection treasure would be lost. Is the Blood Flame clan crazy? The Emperor could not understand. He had dealt with the Blood Flame clan many times because the most important treasure of the floating island, the Een Spirit Fruit, had a miraculous effect on the awakening of the Blood Flame clan's bloodline power. Hence, generations of experts from the Blood Flame clan had come here to snatch the Een Spirit Fruit. However, they had never been so crazy before. Damn it, the Emperor's strength was affected. His Royal Highness Shuiyenji and the 4 great combat formations were not to be trifled with. One of the combat formations' strength had skyrocketed. The Emperor was different from the Grand Elder. The Emperor specialized in close combat. He did not specialize in large-scale domain techniques. Hence, he could not stop it in time. The combat formation's strength had skyrocketed. Compared to the Emperor, it was not much weaker. With its sudden burst of strength and the help of its comrades, it instantly arrived in front of the strange fruit tree. No, the Emperor was furious, but he did not care anymore. He waved his hand and grabbed the Een Spirit Fruit on the strange fruit tree. This fruit tree had a total of 2 fruits. The Emperor and the battle formation each picked a fruit at the same time. It is not ripe yet, and you are here to snatch it. The Emperor roared. When it is ripe, will it be our turn? His Royal Highness Shuiyenji and the rest were overjoyed. Although it was not fully ripe, it was 50% effective. Let's go! His Royal Highness Shuiyenji and the rest instantly gathered together. The combat formation disappeared, leaving only His Royal Highness Shuiyenji. His Royal Highness Shuiyenji held a withered leaf in his hand and crushed it. Wang! An invisible wave enveloped His Royal Highness Shuiyenji. His Royal Highness Shuiyenji looked at Dongbua Shuiying from afar and smiled. Then he disappeared. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The Emperor raised his head and roared. His roar echoed throughout the Elder's Hall and spread out. A terrifying shockwave rushed towards Dongbua Shuiying. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. Fortunately, he had the combat strength of an ultimate realm expert, and his physical body was strong enough. A single roar was not enough to kill him. Escape! The Emperor took a step forward and charged towards Dongbua Shuiying. He was infuriated. If not for this cultivator, he would have had a large group of helpers and could have easily intercepted the Blood Flame race's troops. In fact, he would have had the absolute advantage. This cultivator caused his helpers to flee in fear. He did not blame his subordinates because a group of kings had already died in the hands of this cultivator. Originally, the 2 ripened fruits could increase his strength slightly, but now there was only 1 unripened fruit left. It was useless to an emperor like him. It was only useful to the kings. It would be a long time before he could wait for the fruit to ripen again. So fast! Although Dongbua Shuiying was fleeing with all his might, the Emperor was able to teleport. Previously, he was only busy intercepting the natives and was unable to deal with Dongbua Shuiying. Now, with a single leap, he caught up to Dongbua Shuiying in the blink of an eye. A huge black palm came crashing down. Dongbua Shuiying felt that there was no way for him to dodge. His defensive techniques seemed like a joke in the face of such terrifying might. Pow! Against an invincible realm expert, even one of Dongbua Shuiying's main clones would be heavily injured. Against this emperor, even ordinary invincible realm experts would be heavily injured in a single move. Only His Majesty Bloodflame G, who had an unparalleled strength and an extremely strong fleshly body, could endure for so long. Even so, he was still heavily injured. Under the terrifying might, Dongbua Shuiying's physical body was directly destroyed. Not even ashes were left. However, when the clone was destroyed, Dongbua Shuiying was still very calm. There was even a trace of a smile on his face. He had over 10,000 clones. He did not care about one clone. Chapter 1223. At the moment when this avatar of Shuiying was destroyed, another avatar stealthily snuck into the Elder Hall. One must know that when he decided to help the natives, Dongbua Shuiying had left behind several avatars. Of course, there was only one extremely powerful avatar, this Gray Eye. In a flash, Dongbua Shuiying's avatar appeared in front of the mystic fruit tree. Although the Gray Eye at the top of the mystic fruit tree was still emitting an oppressive aura that permeated the entire Elder's Hall. Dongbua Shuiying did not hesitate to reach out to grab it, but the moment his palm touched the Gray Eye, boom! In a blur, Dongbua Shuiying could vaguely see an incomparably majestic monster. It was too huge, so huge that it exceeded Dongbua Shuiying's imagination. In terms of size, it was much bigger than a sacred world. In fact, one could not even use size to describe this existence. Its existence itself seemed to contain too many laws. There were too many layers of strange space on its body, and it seemed to exist in the past, present, and future. This was an extremely terrifying existence. It was much more terrifying than the myriad tentacles dragon sun that Dongbua Shuiying had seen before. If the myriad tentacles dragon sun was an ant, then this majestic figure was like a giant dragon, high above the 9 heavens. Shuiying could barely make out that this was a strange creature with dozens of claws. Its body was covered in a dense array of eyes, and there were many of them. Boom! The moment his finger touched the Gray Eye, he could vaguely make out that terrifying existence. Following that, an extremely horrifying aura crashed onto his body. This aura was even more terrifying than the furious attack of the Emperor. Dongbua Shuiying's avatar was silently destroyed. The black giant emperor that appeared at the entrance of the Elder's Hall snorted coldly. Truly foolish to actually dare to touch it. If it was a native, he would definitely not be so stupid. Although the emperor was not proficient in domain-type powerful techniques, he was still like a fish in water on the floating island. An invisible power had long enveloped the entire clan grounds. He had long discovered Dongbua Shuiying's clones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even though he had noticed Dongbua Shuiying's clones, he still teleported over and over again to destroy them. After killing them, the emperor was still furious. He did not care about losing some of his subordinates. What he cared about the most was his own strength. Normally, this spirit fruit was monopolized by him. This time, one of them had been snatched away, and the remaining ones were unripe. They were useless to someone at his level. Not only did the Scarlet Flame clan bring so many experts with them, but they also brought their clan treasure. The one that escaped in the end was probably the spirit leaf that the 9-tailed Great Saint had given to the Blood Flame clan, right? You used it just like that? The Emperor muttered inwardly. 9-tailed Great Sage was one of the 8 Great Sages that stood at the peak of the few low-graded chaotic origin life forms in the entire Broken Teeth mountain range. There's also that sword-wielding cultivator. The Emperor quickly disappeared to chase after the Sword Master. The Sword Master, who possessed a supreme secret importation, was indeed very all-round. Be it offense, defense, survival, or escape, he excelled in all aspects. He was unaffected by Dongbua Shuiying, Insect Ancestor, and the natives. Under his full speed, the Sword Master had turned into a dazzling sword light as he escaped at a frightening speed. He followed the rough path he took when he came. He did not hesitate as he fled. Dongbua Shuiying's main avatar was also in the Eden treasure that the Sword Master brought along with him. He was currently casting an illusory realm outwards to affect that Grand Elder who was chasing after him. After the Grand Elder's strength fell, the threat he posed to the Sword Master had become much lower, especially when his techniques were crude. Hong, that terrifying pitch-black giant, stepped on the void and came over with a single stomp. His huge foot enveloped over. It was too big, and for an instant, the Sword Master could not escape from the region of this foot. He could only defend against it. Pang! Countless sword lights dissipated. The Sword Master was forced back in a sorry state. Even when the Grand Elder was at his peak, the Sword Master had never been in such a sorry state. He could even barely hold back the Grand Elder. But against the Emperor, whose strength had fallen by 30%, the battle was one-sided. The Sword Master could not hold back the other party at all. He could only try his best to survive. So terrifying. Snow Eagle, are you the one who said that his strength has fallen by 30%? The Sword Master transmitted while doing his best to escape and deal with the Emperor. I've seen his full strength before. It isn't any weaker than when Undying Underworld Emperor risked his life. Dongbua Shui, Ing replied from within the Eden Treasure. Even if his strength has fallen, his strength is still more terrifying than Emperor Summer. It is at least twice as strong. Fortunately, his techniques are much cruder, and I can barely resist against him. If my realm is comparable to Emperor Summer and the others, I will definitely not be able to escape from the sky-floating island. The Sword Master transmitted back. How can there be someone who is tyrannical and heaven-defying with a ridiculously high realm? Any random sky-floating island is so terrifying. Then it wouldn't be training for us cultivators anymore. Dongbua Shui Ing transmitted back. Sword Master, we'll have to rely on you. If we can't escape from the sky-floating island, it is fine if our avatars fall, but the treasures will be gone too. Rest assured, the Sword Master was going all out. If not for the influence of Dongbua Shuiying's illusory realm, the Sword Master would only have a 50-50 chance of escaping. But now he was 90% confident. After all, the Sword Master who possessed a supreme secret importation was ranked in the front even amongst unparalleled existences in terms of survival and escaping. Under extreme speed, more than 2 hours passed. So, a sword light finally rushed out of the sky-floating island. Ho, the pitch-black giant emperor, stood at the boundary of the sky-floating island. He let out a furious roar as he stared coldly at the distant sword light. The distant sword light transformed into Sword Master. The Sword Master then teleported away. Damn. The Emperor was furious. The treasures taken away by the 3 cultivators were something the Death Disaster clan did not care about. That was why they did not deliberately hide them around the clan's ground. It's just that the Emperor felt humiliated for these cultivators to obtain the treasures and escape safely. But the Emperor did not chase after them. After all, the other party could easily teleport in the outside world. He could not catch up to them at all. Hence, he could only return unwillingly. In the void outside the sky-floating island, Dongbua Shuiying, Sword Master, and Insect Ancestor were here. The 3 of them were happily taking inventory of the treasures. Haha, our harvest this time is really huge. If we could do it so easily every time, our harvest would be unfathomable. Insect Ancestor exclaimed. Sword Master softly shook his head. This time it's because Snow Eagle's trump card is too formidable. He swept across many Apex experts from the Death Disaster clan. At the same time we met the natives. With them leading the way, we could easily avoid all sorts of dangerous environments in the sky-floating island. In addition, those enemies were also restrained by the natives. That was why we could have such a huge harvest. Amen, Dongbua Shuiying nodded. Let's follow the old rules. We will first send the war spoils back to prevent our avatars from being destroyed and the treasures gone. All right, let's first leave them in Facia City. Insect Ancestor and Sword Master absolutely trusted Dongbua Shuang. Hua! A black crack appeared by the side. A white-robed avatar appeared. In Broken Teeth mountain range, only the sky-floating island could not be used. Other places could be used. This avatar brought along the treasures and directly teleported back to Feishue City. Monarch Feishue. To the distance, His Royal Highness Shuiyenji and the other figures appeared. They flew over. After discovering that Emperor from the Death Disaster clan, roaring furiously, we came to find you. We only found you after circling around. You guys have teleported quite far. His Royal Highness Shuiyenji chuckled. In order to prevent that Emperor from chasing after us, we teleported slightly further away. Sword Master said. His Royal Highness Shuiyenji said, "This time it's all thanks to you guys and Monarch Feishue. Otherwise, we would not have gotten the Een Spirit Fruit. I've said before that my Blood Flame clan will definitely thank you. These are some secret treasures belonging to you cultivators that our Blood Flame clan once discovered. They are all here." His Royal Highness Shuiyenji threw over a storage treasure. They could not use the secret treasures of cultivators because powerful secret treasures were too complicated, and the natives only needed to cultivate their bloodline energy. That wristband flew in front of him. Oh! After Dongbua Shuiyenji received it, he checked through it. He discovered all sorts of secret treasures. Some were high and some were low. The highest was a total of 2 top-graded secret treasures. 2 of them are top-graded secret treasures. Dongbua Shuiyenji, Sword Master and Insect Ancestor said, "They belong to you. It's also because of you that he gave us these." Sword Master said. Insect Ancestor nodded too. "We will distribute them when the time comes." Dongbua Shuiyenji said. Reaching his level, he was more concerned about improving his realm, just like Ancestor Fan and the others. For the sake of improving their realm, they were willing to fork out many treasures. He then arranged for an avatar to execute the Great Destruction Realm Teleportation technique to bring the treasures back. Dongbua Shuiyenji turned to His Royal Highness Shuiyenji and the others. "Does your Highness know of that gray eye at the apex of that Een Spirit Fruit tree?" That gray eye was the greatest reward he, Dongbua Shuiyenji, obtained from the sky-floating island this time. Even though he could vaguely see a horrifying existence when he touched the gray eye, Dongbua Shuiyenji was clear how important this gray eye was to him. On this gray eye, he could see a unique, illusory realm structure. Furthermore, it was extremely mystical. Actually, across the entire Realm Heart Great Land, only Dongbua Shuiyenji could understand the illusory realm structure of this gray eye when he saw it. If one's realm was not high enough, one could not understand the treasures placed before them. Dongbua Shuiyenji was currently in the process of fusing the 5 branches in his Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. He could even see the direction. Even without external help, it was possible for him to reach the final realm after a long time. His attainments in this aspect could be said to be standing at the apex across the countless origin worlds in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. With such accumulations, he was just a membrane away from reaching the final realm. Hence, when he saw this gray eye, he could still discover the illusory realm structure within despite the interference from the complex structure of the gray eye itself. Furthermore, this illusory realm structure was incomplete. Even Ancestor Fan and the others could not see it due to their insufficient accumulations. The illusory realm structure within this gray eye is incomplete. It should require the other eyes to fuse together before it can be executed. Dongbua Shuiyenji thought. He had cultivated to such a stage that even Yuan, Lord Lo Chung, and other apex chaotic origin experts could not guide him. But some innate chaotic origin life forms were born with all sorts of supreme laws in their bodies. This gray eye contained an illusory realm at the chaotic origin level. even though that terrifying chaotic origin life form did not comprehend the illusory realm by himself. Instead, he was born with it. Nevertheless, Dongbua Shui-ing was able to give him great guidance when he comprehended the illusory realm. If Shui-ing were to cultivate slowly, it might take a long time for him to fuse the 5 branches together. But if he were to comprehend the complete illusory realm structure, it might save him a lot of time to reach the final realm. That unfathomably huge creature that I vaguely saw seems to be dead? Dongbua Shui-ing thought. That gray eye does not contain any life force. But even if it is dead, its suppression remains eternal. It could easily kill an avatar of mine if I wanted to touch it. This is too horrifying. According to legends, the Broken Teeth mountain range contains the corpse of a horrifying chaotic origin life form that once heavily injured Yuan. Even though there were some low-graded chaotic origin life forms living in the Broken Teeth mountain range, they were too weak. Yuan did not care about them at all. What was truly horrifying were the corpses in the Broken Teeth mountain range. Gray Eye. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji was startled. I know. Of course I know. According to what I know, quite a few of the sky-floating islands have such terrifying eyes. According to rumors, it was left behind by the horrifying corpse of a chaotic origin life form left behind by Yuan. It is incredibly powerful and should not be touched. Chapter 1224. Quite a few sky-floating islands have them. Dongbua Shui-ing's eyes brightened. Right. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji nodded. These terrifying eyes are scattered across several sky-floating islands. Just in the records of my Blood Flame clan alone, there are 522 of them. But Monarch Feishue, I have to tell you that it is impossible to bring these eyes away. Touching them will result in punishment. Those who are slightly weaker will be suppressed to death by the power emitted by these eyes. I wonder if it is possible to sell these sky-floating islands which have records of these eyes to me? Dongbua Shui-ing knew that this request was slightly overboard, yet he still requested information on sky-floating islands, not just the cultivators in Realm Heart, Great Land, or the natives. These were absolutely the core information. These were obtained by seniors who risked their lives. All sorts of dangerous environments might seem ordinary on the surface, but only after experiencing it would one understand. This was accumulated over generations. The various worlds of the native tribes would also have some transactions, exchanging information with each other. Detailed information on every sky-floating island was precious, and they would not easily give it to the other party. Monarch Feishue, my Blood Flame clan is greatly indebted to you. Blood Flame Ji looked at Dongbua Shui-ing. The other apex experts from the Blood Flame clan behind Blood Flame Ji also exchanged glances. They were discussing with one another. My Blood Flame clan can naturally give you the information you want. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji said. If the Blood Flame clan was at its peak, it would be hard for them to ask for such information. But now, the Blood Flame clan was left with only a few of them. Blood Flame Ji was the current leader of the Blood Flame clan. Previously, Dongbua Shui-ing had helped them tremendously. If not for Dongbua Shui-ing, their clan might have been wiped out. Furthermore, the natives were divided into many clans. The Blood Flame clan was a forthright person who distinguished gratitude and grudges clearly. If they met those who were dark and selfish, it would be hard for Dongbua Shui-ing and the others to obtain the information. But I have to make things clear. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji said, our race has known for a long time. Although we know that there are 522 floating islands with those terrifying eyes, we have never seen them before. However, our Scarlet Flame tribe isn't stupid enough to explore every single sky-floating island. For example, the Een spiritual fruit on that island is extremely important to our Scarlet Flame tribe. That's why we know so much about it after exploring it time and time again. Of these 522 floating islands, Our race has absolute, detailed information on 18 of them. There are 89 that are more detailed, and the rest are very rough. That's enough. I'm already very grateful that your highness is willing to help me. Dongbua Shui-ing replied. Emperor Feishue, you don't have to do this. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the Blood Flame tribe wouldn't have survived this disaster, His Royal Highness Shuiyanji said as he took out a scroll and handed it to Dongbua Shui-ing. Dongbua Shui-ing took it, scanning through it with his consciousness. A large amount of information surged into his mind. Originally, I wanted to invite Emperor Feishue and the others to our Scarlet Flame world as guests, yet we are currently fleeing for our lives. Wait until our race gets back the Scarlet Flame world. I'll definitely send an emissary to the Realm Heart Great Land to invite Emperor Feishue over. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji said, I'm staying at the Southern Cloud Nation's Feishue City. I'll be waiting for your highness to invite us over. Dongbua Shui-ing chuckled. At this moment, he was extremely grateful to Blood Flame Ji. Previously, when the other party asked for help, Dongbua Shui-ing felt that it was a minor matter for him to lose a few avatars. Hence, he did not hesitate to help. Yet now, he had obtained such precious information. He casually helped out, yet he was repaid in such a manner. That was how it was. If Dongbua Shui-ing was a sinister person and watched the natives fight with the emperor without interfering, he might even think that the natives could delay for a longer period of time. Most likely, he would not receive such benefits. Both parties parted reluctantly. Only after the team from the Blood Flame clan disappeared did Swordmaster say, Snow Eagle, are you talking about the gray eye at the top of the Een Spirit fruit tree? Didn't I stay behind to help His Royal Highness Shuiyanji and the others? That's why I saw that gray eye. Dongbua Shui-ing said, That eye is mysterious and unfathomable. It is helpful to my cultivation. We have already passed through this sky-floating island. Where should we go next? Big Brother Feishue, are you thinking of going to the 522 sky-floating islands with those mysterious eyes? Insect Ancestor laughed. Dongbua Shui-ing chuckled. We have already passed through one island. Strictly speaking, there are still 521 islands remaining. We don't have an accurate target. Sword Master nodded. The reason why we came to the sky-floating islands is to temper ourselves and for the sake of opportunities. Since Snow Eagle feels that those mysterious eyes are helpful to you, then let's go to those sky-floating islands. Furthermore, with the intelligence provided by His Royal Highness Shuiyanji and the others, it will be much easier for us. Even though the Summer Wind Ancient Nation had some absolute and detailed intelligence on sky-floating islands, those places had already been explored by Emperor Summer and Ancestor Fan. Instead, many sky-floating islands provided by the Blood Flame clan had never been explored by the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Many thanks. Dongbua Shui-ing said, Then let's go according to the degree of danger of the sky-floating islands. We'll explore those that are less dangerous and have more detailed intelligence first. Insect Ancestor nodded. You decide. Sword Master was straightforward too. As a result, Dongbua Shui-ing and the other two began exploring the sky-floating islands according to the intelligence. The intelligence was sufficiently detailed. Those that were less dangerous would be explored first. The Blood Flame clan gave them intelligence because they were repaying a debt of gratitude. Many of these intelligence were not explored by the experts in Realm Heart Great Land. The sky-floating islands were incredibly unique. For instance, the gray eyes were helpful to Dongbua Shui-ing in his Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. Similarly, there were some unique scenes that were helpful to Sword Master. A blood-colored mountain stood on the sky-floating island. It was emitting a destructive power that caused others to tremble. Sword Master looked at it with an infatuated look. From this mountain, Sword Master could see the direction he was heading towards. Good treasures. So many scarlet bamboo fruits. A pile of red fruits swayed gently. They were emitting an alluring fragrance. Many insects rushed up and brought all the fruits away. At the same time, he said, "Big brother Feishue, brother bewitching sword, these scarlet bamboo fruits are extremely useful to insects. I want them all." "All right, they are all yours." Dongbua Shui-ing and Sword Master chuckled. Even though they were useful to insects, they were not useful to the two of them. At most, they could exchange for treasures. This is amazing. On a surging, dark gray river, Dongbua Shui-ing sat cross-legged. He was following the flow of the river. The river was circular in shape. A single round was about 50 billion kilometers long. Dongbua Shui-ing could feel the higher-level Tao of void revolving within. That was a unique usage at the chaotic origin level. "Snow Eagle, hurry up and leave. The Death Disaster Clan is here. Big brother Feishue, let's go." Insect Ancestor and Sword Master abruptly shouted out, "Go, go, go!" On the dark, gray river, Dongbua Shui-ing, who had been following the flow for a long time, hurriedly escaped with Insect Ancestor and Sword Master. Time passed. Dongbua Shui-ing and the others were exploring the sky-floating islands to their heart's content, because the information they chose were more detailed and less dangerous. In addition, Dongbua Shui-ing's illusory realm technique could sweep across kings and even emperors from the Death Disaster Clan. Sword Master was incredibly powerful. His techniques were perfect too. Insect Ancestor had long sent his insects to explore the entire place. They actually succeeded in exploring 32 sky-floating islands consecutively. Their harvests were either big or small. Putting aside those fortuitous encounters that were helpful to cultivation, just the treasures they obtained were sufficient to make unparalleled existences jealous. Of course, the three of them would still have to divide the spoils. Of the three of them, Dongbua Shui-ing and Sword Master placed more emphasis on cultivation, while Insect Ancestor was more interested in obtaining some unique treasures. Mysterious. After that, they explored the 32 sky-floating islands. Because they had done so according to the intelligence, they naturally discovered those mysterious eyes on every sky-floating island. Under the observation of Dongbua Shui-ing, the composition of every eye was seen at the deepest level. This made him immersed in it. But currently, of the 33 mysterious eyes I discovered, 25 of them are gray eyes and 8 are golden eyes. The gray eyes are formed from a type of illusory realm, while the golden eyes are formed from another type of illusory realm. The illusory realm of the gray eyes should be used to attract the enemies, causing them to fall into a trance. As for the golden eyes, they can be killed within the illusory realm. Dongbua Shui-ing memorized the internal composition of the eyes. Being a cultivator who stood at the apex in the Tao of Mirage and illusory realm across many origin worlds, he naturally had a deduction. Even the original owner of those gray eyes and golden eyes, the terrifying chaotic origin life form, could only perfectly execute the innate technique. It did not understand the profoundness of this technique at all. As they entered many sky-floating islands and observed those eyes, Dongbua Shui-ing had sent his avatars to touch them. Every time he touched them, his avatars would be suppressed and destroyed. Nevertheless, he could still vaguely sense that terrifying chaotic origin life form. Chapter 1225. Even though he could only vaguely sense that terrifying chaotic origin life form to the extent that he could not see the exact number of eyes, but Dongbua Shui-ing could imagine how many eyes the chaotic origin life form would look at the enemy. The enemy would first be attracted by the illusory realm before being killed by the illusory realm. Under the two-pronged assault, even if the enemy did not die, his soul would be greatly affected. The strength he could unleash would also be greatly reduced. That chaotic origin life form is bigger than a sacred world. Most likely, a clash with it would shatter a nation like the summer wind ancient nation. Dongbua Shui-ing sighed inwardly. Fortunately, such a terrifying existence was dealt against by other similarly terrifying chaotic origin experts, like Yuan and Lord Lo Cheng. In the capital of Summer Wind Ancient Nation, within the Fan Clan Magic Mountain, there was a short and thick burning heart god tree. A white-robed young man sat cross-legged beneath the tree crown. In order to prevent undying underworld emperor from discovering him, the avatar cultivating under the burning heart god tree had changed his appearance and aura. But given the defenses of the Summer Wind capital and the Fan clan, it was hard for undying underworld emperor to find this place. Hua! A leaf that seemed to be carved from violet jade floated down in front of Dongbu Shuang. The edge of his lips curled into a grin as he watched. In his mind, he could clearly remember the illusory realm structure of the 33 mysterious eyes. Of the two types of illusory realms, one was to attract the enemy, and the other was to destroy the soul. The 25 gray eyes formed different parts of the same illusory realm. Even when they were combined, they were still incomplete. But to Dongbu Shuang, even though they were incomplete, they were still filled with beauty. Too beautiful, close to the Tao, and comprehending the Tao. Currently, Dongbua had close to the Tao, and was just a strand away from reaching the final realm. Hence, he was qualified to understand how extraordinary those mysterious eyes were. With my current realm, I dare not hope to grasp the killing technique of that terrifying chaotic origin life form. Dongbua Shuang thought, but it is still possible for me to comprehend it and create a killing technique that suits me. What was a killing technique? For instance, the Tao of Void had a total of 9 branches, of which 5 branches fused together. One could create the grand perfection, 5 phases sealing technique. This power had reached the boundary of level 3, Cosmos God. In the same realm, different methods of application would result in a difference in the power of the moves, because he had comprehended a supreme secret technique. Dongbua Shuang had created 5 ultimate techniques in the Void Tao. Any killer move had the battle power of an ordinary final realm cultivator. How heaven-defying was that? As for the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, although he had a deep foundation, Dongbua Shuang did not have any heaven-defying killing moves, because creating a killer move also required inspiration and inspiration, or watch someone else do it. Or could he borrow the power of a supreme secret treasure? Or was it guided by a supreme secret technique? In short, most of them would be touched. In fact, with a guide it would be much easier. Now, the gray and golden eyes were guiding Dongbua Shuang. By simplifying it and absorbing it, I can create my own killer move. By doing so, I can accumulate more experience, allowing me to reach the final realm. Dongbua Shuang looked forward to it. He closed his eyes. He continued cultivating. The illusory realm structure of those 33 mysterious eyes was being dissected and researched by him. He fused it with his comprehension of the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. With the help of the Burning Heart God Tree, the effect of his cultivation was great. Of the avatars of Dongbua Shuang, only this avatar under the Burning Heart God Tree and the avatar holding the chaotic origin god spear in Faciua City possessed 100% of his soul. As for the other souls, including the main combat avatars that were adventuring in the Broken Teeth mountain range, most of them only possessed 70% of his soul, because he had absorbed a droplet of heart blood from the myriad tentacles Dragon Mother. Dongbua Shuang's soul was exceptionally strong. Even with 70% of his soul, he could fully execute illusory realm techniques and other killing moves. As my realm increases, the help provided by the Burning Heart God Tree becomes weaker. Dongbua Shuang could feel the help provided by the Burning Heart God Tree, but as his realm increased, the effect of the Burning Heart God Tree became weaker. Nonetheless, it was still much more effective than other cultivation materials. Dongbua Shuang and the other 2 descended on a sky-floating island. This was also the 34th sky-floating island they were about to explore. I hope there are some treasures waiting for us on this sky-floating island. Our harvest from the previous sky-floating island is so little that it is almost negligible. Insect Ancestor said, Naturally, there will be more and less rewards on the sky-floating islands. Even though they are useful to us cultivators, they are not useful to the Death Destruction Clan or the natives. But over the years, many cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land have come here to explore. Unparalleled existences are also exploring. They should have explored quite a few sky-floating islands too. Dongbua Shue Ing chuckled. Talking about that, our harvest is huge. It is all thanks to Big Brother Fei Shue and Brother Bewitching Sword. Insect Ancestor chuckled. It has given me quite a lot of benefits. Many thanks to the Blood Flame clan too. Dongbua Shue Ing said, let's go. We have to be careful. Even though the degree of danger on this sky-floating island isn't high, and the information we have is more detailed, it is still better for us not to fail miserably in some dangerous environment. The information was more detailed. It merely stated that the majority of the dangers were recorded. Let's go. The black robe on Insect Ancestor's body abruptly tore apart. It turned into many insects that rapidly hid themselves in the surroundings. Dongbua Shue Ing was also casting his illusory realm. Sword Master was the most relaxed. Only when they met a truly strong enemy would they require the Sword Master to act. The three of them advanced with great proficiency. They maintained some concealment techniques, such as void concealment. They were already experienced. Such concealment techniques were not that useful. They would suffer from the rejection from the unseen aura of the sky-floating island. The moment the Death Destruction Clan got close, they could easily sense their existence. However, it was still much better than flying at high speed without a care in the world, given their experience. They could not delay on the sky-floating island. They had to be fast. The slower they were, the easier it would be for them to be discovered. All Death Destruction Clan members who were discovered would be killed. Given Dongbua Shue Ing's illusory realm technique, even kings would be killed instantly unless they were at the pinnacle of the king class standard from the Death Destruction Clan. As long as they were killed, the Death Destruction Clan would not be able to obtain the information so quickly. There was once when they charged to the core of a sky-floating island for more than 2 hours before they were discovered by the Death Destruction Clan. They killed the strongest kings and forced them to flee in panic. Because of the illusory realm, the Death Destruction Clan did not dare to inform the Emperor. Hence, Dongbua Shue Ing left behind an avatar as a deterrent. Then he allowed them to leave easily. That time, they flipped the entire clan's ground upside down. Their harvest was huge. When they left, the Emperor of that sky-floating island was still in slumber. But Dongbua Shue Ing did not dare to act against the Emperor. Furthermore, his illusory realm merely enveloped the surrounding without affecting the Emperor. The moment it was awakened, it would be troublesome. As for killing the sleeping Emperor, even if the Emperor did not resist, they could not kill him, because the Death Destruction Clan and the natives were truly powerful by themselves. They were different from cultivators who relied on supreme-graded secret treasures and other external forces. But they rampaged through a sky-floating island and flipped it upside down. When they escaped, the Emperor of the sky-floating island was still in slumber. Dongbua Shue Ing and the others had only succeeded once. Naturally, these experiences allowed them to delay being discovered. So. Dongbua Shue Ing and the other two were moving forward at high speed. Something's wrong. Stop. Shue Ing looked ahead, staring at an enormous lake in the distance. That lake occupied an area of more than 50 million kilometers. It was vast, and the water was slightly rippling. Why would there be such a huge lake? Sword Master was startled too. Dongbua Shue Ing had also passed the intelligence to Sword Master and Insect Ancestor. He naturally trusted the Sword Master. He also trusted Barbaturin for helping him during the critical moment. The three of them knew about the intelligence. Hence, they were looking solemnly at the huge lake ahead. The intelligence provided by the Blood Flame race is absolutely detailed. We have explored the 18 floating islands a long time ago. Although the intelligence on this floating island is only slightly more detailed, it is still a little rough. Even though the intelligence on this sky-floating island is slightly more detailed, it is impossible for there to be no records of it. Barbaturin muttered, the intelligence provided by the Bloodflame clan would not be fake. Then where did this lake come from? After exploring the 33 sky-floating islands previously, they did not doubt the intelligence provided by the Bloodflame clan. This lake. Dongbua Shueing and the other two vaguely felt that something was amiss. Let me take a look. Dongbua Shueing waved his hand, causing an avatar with his main combat strength to appear. This avatar continued moving forward. Furthermore, he was casting his illusory realm. When he got closer, only then did his illusory realm touch that lake. At the moment of contact, that incomparably huge lake abruptly moved. Honglong. It was as if the world had turned upside down. The huge lake had transformed into a huge bloody mouth. That bloody mouth was merely the mouth of an incomparably huge creature. This creature was too huge. More than half of its body appeared from nothingness. There was still a portion of its body hidden in nothingness. Its mouth had already enveloped down. Even though Dongbua Shueing and the other two were flying fast, they could not escape from the region of this bloody mouth. It's him, the chaotic origin life form Emperor Deep Stone. Sword Master was greatly startled. The expressions of Dongbua Shueing and Insect Ancestor turned ugly. This was the most terrifying enemy they had encountered since coming to the sky-floating islands. It had even made them feel despair. I'm afraid we can't escape this time. Insect Ancestor muttered. Chapter 1226. More than half of Emperor Deepstone's body appeared from nothingness, shocking the entire sky-floating island. Those disaster clansmen on the sky-floating island, including that emperor who had long woken up, were slightly startled. He is out hunting again. The emperor of this sky-floating island was a seemingly thin and weak red-robed girl. She stood in the clan's ground with a group of subordinates behind her. All of them were looking at that incomparably huge figure. Ever since Emperor Deepstone came to this sky-floating island, the master of the sky-floating island had become Emperor Deepstone. The emperor of the Death Disaster clan did not dare to provoke him. Even though he could survive, he would be trampled on by Emperor Deepstone. Fortunately, Emperor Deepstone disliked eating these Death Disaster clansmen. He would usually sleep on this sky-floating island. He would only be willing to devour the natives and cultivators when he met them. Suck. Emperor Deepstone's bloody mouth looked downwards. He sucked in abruptly. Light became distorted. Even time and space were distorted. Boundless energy flowed into Dongbua Shueing, Insect Ancestor, and Sword Master. Brother Bewitching Sword, it's up to you now. But it's fine even if you die. It's just that I have to pay a huge price and take a long time to recover. Insect Ancestor transmitted. Sword Master, I'll have to rely on you. I have no other way. Dongbua Shueing transmitted back. Sword Master coldly waved his hand before keeping Dongbua Shueing and Insect Ancestor, and one of Dongbua Shueing's main avatars that went to investigate previously could not make it in time. Under the terrifying devouring force, he felt his entire body being sucked into the enormous mouth of Emperor Deepstone. Deep within that mouth was a distorted crimson. As he was sucked in, Dongbua Shueing felt an extreme heat. Even though his body was comparable to a level 3 Cosmos God Body cultivator, his body still started disintegrating under this heat. A mere clone is indeed powerless in front of such a terrifying existence. Dongbua Shueing sighed. Emperor Deepstone was much more powerful than the imprisoned 10,000 tentacles dragon sun, but the overall strength of the realm heart great land was strong. Furthermore, the most terrifying low-graded chaotic origin life forms, the natives and the Death Destruction clan, could not penetrate through the barrier and enter the realm heart, great land from the Broken Teeth mountain range. According to the information, the chaotic origin life forms in the entire Broken Teeth mountain range were all low-graded chaotic origin life forms. They were few in number 2. It was hard to meet any low-graded chaotic origin life forms across the countless sky-floating islands. Most of them had average strength. If they encountered an invincible being, they would have no problem staying alive. However, 8 of them were known as Great Sages. Emperor Deep Stone, also known as the Great Sage Stone Deep, he was one of the 8 Great Sages. If Emperor Xia were to encounter them with his supreme secret treasure, he would have a chance to escape. But how could Dongbua Xueying and the others survive? The hope was very slim. Of course, the most terrifying existences in the entire Broken Teeth mountain range were still the 5 existences who had reached the apex between the Death Destruction clan and the natives. They were also known as the 5 Supremes. 5 Supremes. 3 originated from the Death Destruction clan and 2 from the natives. They were the true rulers of the vast Broken Teeth mountain range. At that level, even Undying Underworld Emperor and Emperor Xia would be easily killed by them. Hence, Undying Underworld Emperor had always wanted to refine a Death Walker. He had paid a huge price to carry out a large-scale sacrifice to succeed in one fell swoop. Nonetheless, Dongbua Xueying had disrupted his plans, causing Undying Underworld Emperor to not dare to venture too deep into the Broken Teeth mountain range. Because the best resources and most unique places in the entire Broken Teeth mountain range were occupied by the 5 Supremes, there was no need to care about the 5 Supremes. Emperor Deep Stone before them made Dongbua Xueying, Insect Ancestor, and Sword Master incredibly nervous. Didn't they say that there are very few low-graded chaotic origin life forms? We have explored more than 30 sky-floating islands. It is fine if we met any chaotic origin life forms, but we even met one of the 8 Great Sages, Emperor Deep Stone. Within the Eden treasure, Insect Ancestor had a bitter look. Dongbua Xueying continued to exert his illusory realm through his Eden treasure. Hong, the illusory realm, engulfed the surroundings. Even though it only touched a small part of Emperor Deep Stone's body, it still invaded the soul of Emperor Deep Stone. It's just that chaotic origin life forms were too unique. Many parts of their bodies were the embodiment of the supreme law. Any scale or bone on their body contained all sorts of mysteries. Naturally, their souls were similarly tyrannical. Even if their intelligence was ordinary, they would only suffer from slight interference, causing their strength to drop by 10%. This is all I can do. Sword Master, it's all up to you now. Dongbua Xueying sighed inwardly. Even though he brought along the Void Fire Lotus Flower, the 9 great avatars working together could not resist against the devouring power of Emperor Deep Stone. Hua! A dazzling sword light tore apart the endless dusk. Sword Master wielded a sword in his hand. He broke through the layers of restraints and tried his best to rush out. Sila! The enormous claws of Emperor Deep Stone seemed to be made of rocks. They appeared from the dusk and enveloped Sword Master at high speed. Sword Master tried his best to defend against the incoming force. Pum! The sword light dissipated. Sword Master spurted out blood and continued fleeing in a sorry state. Ha ha ha! Emperor Deep Stone let out a laughter that reverberated across the entire sky-floating island. He seemed to be very excited. Within the Eden treasure, Dongbua Xueying and Insect Ancestor were both anxiously watching the outside world. They watched as Sword Master struggled with difficulty. He is still too strong. Insect Ancestor could not help but say, Bewitching Sword has unparalleled strength. Furthermore, many of his techniques are perfect. Even if Eternal Night, Primogenitor, and Moonflower King came, they might not be able to do as well as Brother Bewitching Sword, who asked us to meet Emperor Deep Stone. Dongbua Xueying felt helpless. and it seems that Emperor Deepstone is treating this as a form of entertainment. He isn't using his full strength. It's a pity that us cultivators are rejected on the sky-floating island. We can't teleport and can only fly slowly. Emperor Deepstone isn't afraid that we can escape. AI. The scales on insect ancestors' face twitched. Dongbua Shue Ing frowned as well, because the sword master's body was sliced apart. Although it was healing rapidly, there was a bizarre gray energy coiling around the sword master's body. After another 10 breaths of time, Snow Eagle, insect ancestor, we can't hold on any longer. Sword master's figure transmitted over. Boom! Very soon, the Eden treasures exploded. Dongbua, Shui Ing, and insect ancestor exchanged glances and laughed. Although they were struggling to escape in all directions under the endless devouring force of Emperor Deepstone, they were still devoured. I will need some time before I can recover. After I recover, I will come to Feishua City. Big brother Feishua, help me keep all my treasures properly. Before he was devoured, insect ancestor transmitted. Don't worry, I won't be greedy. Dongbua Shue Ing laughed. Sword master, Dongbua Shue Ing, an insect ancestor's team was destroyed just like that. Feishua City. Snow covered the garden. Dongbua Shue Ing stood alone in the garden. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In midair, a figure condensed. It was the incarnation of Sword Master. Snow Eagle, Sword Master descended. His face revealed a helpless expression. I've let you guys down. I couldn't resist against Emperor Deepstone. At least you could resist. I didn't even have the chance to struggle. Dongbua Shue Ing laughed, and before entering Broken Teeth Mountain Range, we were prepared to lose our incarnations. Although it's a pity that we lost our treasures, in terms of rewards, we have already gained a lot from the 33 sky-floating islands. Sword Master nodded. There's no rush. Wait for insect ancestor to come. He will need some time to recover his strength. Dongbua Shue Ing said he doesn't have any incarnations. It should be the ultimate realm insect's regenerative secret technique. This time, after entering Broken Teeth Mountain Range, we went through many sky-floating islands. Because of you, Snow Eagle, our rewards were greater than expected. We also encountered many opportunities. Sword Master said, since I lost my incarnation and my weapon, my strength is similar to yours for the time being. I won't be going to Broken Teeth Mountain Range for now. I'm preparing to go into seclusion and cultivate. I don't have the time to comprehend the opportunities one encountered in Broken Teeth Mountain Range. You're not going? Dongbua Shue Ing was surprised. I won't go for now, Sword Master said. Dongbua Shue Ing nodded slightly, but I still want to go. I still want to see the other mysterious eyes. Haha, you have many incarnations. If you try a few more times, you might have a chance to see those mysterious eyes. Sword Master laughed. Amen, Dongbua Shue Ing nodded. Although the rewards this time were great, Sword Master's incarnation had died, and he had lost an extremely powerful destruction path secret treasure. Sword Master possessed a supreme secret importation. Coupled with that extremely suitable peak-grade secret treasure, he was undefeatable. Now that he couldn't find a suitable secret treasure, his strength had decreased. With this kind of strength, he no longer had the confidence to fight head-on in the sky-floating islands. He could only rely on luck. In terms of incarnations, Sword Master didn't have as many as Dongbua Shue Ing. Even if he lost one, he would have to slowly cultivate another one. Firstly, he didn't want to delay Dongbua Shue Ing. Secondly, he wanted to cultivate in peace and absorb the rewards he had gained during this period of time. Sword Master needs to go into seclusion. Insect Ancestor won't be able to recover his strength for the time being. If I rely on myself, I can only rely on my incarnations and the mirage and illusory realm technique. Dongbua Shue Ing thought. If it was just because he had many incarnations, He didn't dare to think that he could travel all the way to the core of a sky-floating island. However, with the mirage and illusory realm technique, he was able to sweep across kings. Chapter 1227. Within Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Within a sky-floating island, Dongbua Shuang was carefully advancing by himself. He was releasing his mirage and illusory realm around him. He was also paying attention to his surroundings. A Death Disaster clansman was observing this weak cultivator from afar. Cultivators suffered from the rejection from the sky-floating island. Hence, no matter how powerful his concealment technique was, the Death Disaster clansman could easily perceive him if he was slightly closer. If one were to say that the aura of Insect Ancestor and Swordmaster was threatening, that Dongbua Shuang merely had the aura of a level 2 Cosmos God. He was not threatening at all. This Death Disaster clansman's eyes were filled with greed. He wanted to devour this delicious prey in front of him. With a flash, he had already arrived by the side of Dongbua Shuang. But just as he appeared and was about to devour this cultivator, he felt his consciousness trembling. After that, he no longer knew what happened. Pa-ta! He directly fell onto the ground. Dongbua Shuang looked at the fallen Death Disaster clansman. After the soul of this Death Disaster clansman was extinguished, his body dissipated like fog. Dongbua Shuang shook his head inwardly. Ordinary Death Disaster clansmen are like wild beasts, yet they are so powerful. Nature is really mysterious. There was a deduction in the intelligence provided by the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. The natives were rumored to have a strand of chaotic origin, life form bloodline, and the Death Disaster clan was suspected to be a clan born from dead, chaotic origin life forms. Their intelligence was much lower than the natives, and the majority were like wild beasts. South, Dongbua Shuang continued advancing. This was the first time he ventured into a sky-floating island alone. His luck was not bad. He actually arrived at the core of this sky-floating island without causing any commotion. But when he passed through the outer barrier of the sky-floating island, he naturally alerted the protectors. There is an intruder. There is an outsider. The entire clan's ground immediately went into an uproar. The kings within the clan's ground immediately led their subordinates over. They saw the white-robed young man flying over at high speed. The elites from the Death Disaster clan within the clan's ground felt both shock and disdain. Those who could stay in the clan's ground were not weak. Most of them were relatively intelligent. Such a weak cultivator, and he was lucky enough to come to the clan grounds? There are so many Death Disaster clansmen on the island, yet none of them discovered him? These elites from the Death Destruction clan did not place Dongbua Shuang in their eyes, because in history, there were cases where Paragon Masters did not bring along any top-graded secret treasures. They merely sent their avatars to test their luck. There were also those who were lucky enough to enter the depths of the floating island. However, it was extremely rare for one to be lucky enough to reach the clan grounds. Eat him! These Death Destruction clansmen were not merciful at all. Even though the cultivators who came would usually collect things that the Death Destruction clan did not fancy, the Death Destruction clan did not allow them to do so. They continued killing and devouring the cultivators. Buzz. The group of Death Disaster clansmen who had arrived by the side of Dongbua Shuang abruptly fell onto the ground with a pata. Even that king leading the group had fallen onto the ground in terror. In order to stay awake under Dongbua Shuang's illusions, one had to be at least at the peak of the king class. Clearly, this king in front of them did not have such willpower. But this time, Dongbua Shuang did not start a massacre. He merely caused these Death Destruction clansmen to fall into the illusory realm. He did not destroy their souls. Who? The group of Death Destruction clansmen lost their consciousness. They were controlled by Dongbua Shuang to float in midair, revolving around Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang continued advancing. What happened? Why is this happening? The region of the clan's ground was only so big. Dongbua Shuiying's illusory realm was not small. It had enveloped some of the surrounding elites, and in the blink of an eye, there were dozens of death-destruction elites floating around Dongbua Shuiying in deep sleep. Cultivator, you are seeking death. A furious roar sounded. Such a strange situation naturally caused the emperor within the clan's ground to wake up. Dongbua Shuiying could already see a surging blood river. The blood river was revolving around a bizarre fruit tree. There was similarly a gray eye at the top of the fruit tree. So. With a thought, Dongbua Shuiying released a large number of avatars in all directions. Emperor of the Death Destruction Clan, I do not have any malicious intentions coming here. Dongbua Shuiying said, these Death Destruction clansmen have merely fallen into a state temporarily. I have yet to kill them. Even as he said that, Dongbua Shuiying was in reality memorizing the illusory realm structure within that gray eye. No malicious intentions. This was an expert from the Death Destruction clan that looked like a fat spider. This spider-shaped Death Destruction clansman had a human head. He was currently staring at Dongbua Shuiying. I am here just to search for some materials that I need. These materials are not useful to the Death Destruction clan. Dongbua Shuiying said, Emperor of the Death Destruction clan, you can be rest assured. I will absolutely not touch the treasures your Death Destruction clan cares about. I will immediately leave after collecting the materials. Everything on the sky-floating island belongs to my Death Destruction clan. You are not qualified to bring it away. It is useless to you too. No, you are not qualified to bring it away. That emperor stared at Dongbua Shuiying and roared, Put them down and scram for me. I will spare your life. Dongbua Shuiying was slightly furious. Not even a single material. No way. It is already a favor for me to spare your life. The emperor roared furiously. All right, I'll leave. Dongbua Shuiying gritted his teeth in grief and indignation. But are you really not going to chase after me? Will those Death Destruction clansmen listen to your words? Rest assured, they will listen to what I say. None of them dare to disobey. Scram, the emperor coldly said. Only then did Dongbua Shuiying wave his hand. All the avatars in the distance rapidly converged at this location. As they converged, they naturally delayed for some time. I've memorized everything. Dongbua Shuiying heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. He said so much just to delay for as much time as possible. As long as he memorized the illusory realm structure of that gray eye, he would have succeeded. Pung, pung, pung! The surrounding sleeping Death Destruction clansmen all fell onto the ground. Dongbua Shuiying rapidly retreated. I hope that Emperor will abide by your promise. The Emperor coldly watched everything. Reaching his level, his intelligence was considered high. It's just that his birth as a Death Destruction clansman had filled his heart with endless killing intent. Being able to control and let the other party live was already the Emperor's bottom line. And he still wanted to bring away a single material. That was an insult to the Emperor. On another sky-floating island, they did not die. There were similarly several sleeping Death Destruction clansmen floating around Dongbua Shuiying. In the distance, some Death Destruction clansmen were looking over with terror. They did not dare to get close to Dongbua Shuiying at all. I just need some materials that are useless to your Death Destruction clan. Dongbua Shuiying was still hurriedly saying. He did not have the time to explain himself. Those who invade the territory of the clansmen shall die. An enormous palm tore through the void, covering the entire sky as it slapped down. Madman. With a thought, Dongbua Shuiying immediately killed one of the floating Death Destruction clansmen. He did not kill the others. Pum! This avatar was destroyed. It was just that when Dongbua Shuiying arrived at the clansman ground, he immediately sent out a group of avatars. The other avatars spread out and stared at a distant golden eye. I just need a thought to kill all Death Destruction clansmen. Emperor, don't force me. The 100 avatars around Dongbua Shui-ing spoke at the same time. Their voices boomed. There were still sleeping Death Destruction clansmen floating around. Die. That towering emperor felt disdain. To him, he did not care even if all the other Death Destruction clansmen on the sky-floating island died. One had to know that the Death Destruction clansmen would kill and devour each other. Even his subordinates were only part of the emperors. Some emperors did not care about their subordinates at all. And this was when the emperors had sufficiently high intelligence and willpower. Like some kings, they did not care about the lives of their subordinates. What a madman. I am just negotiating. Yet he doesn't even want to negotiate with me? I haven't memorized the illusory realm structure of that mysterious eye. Dongbua Shui-ing felt helpless. He knew that since the emperor of that sky-floating island had awakened, he would not sleep for a short period. That sky-floating island was no longer suitable for him to explore. Time passed. Dongbua Shui-ing went to many sky-floating islands. At times he would succeed, and at times he would lose more than 100 avatars. But he had more than 10,000 avatars. It was easy for him to refine them back. Some rare treasures that were useful to cultivators could be found deep within the sky-floating islands. It was almost certain that they would be found in the clansman ground. In the blink of an eye, ever since he started acting alone, Dongbua Shui-ing had explored more than 300 islands. There were only 55 islands where he could successfully enter and return safely. The others had lost their avatars. Clearly, Dongbua Shui-ing's conditions were very low. There were still some emperors who were willing to spare Dongbua Shui-ing from death. During these 55 times, there was not a single time where Dongbua Shui-ing was allowed to collect materials. Dongbua Shui-ing had only found some rare treasures outside the clansman ground. Adding them up, they were comparable to 2 top-graded secret treasures. No other choice. In the past, with Swordmaster around, they could fight head-on with the emperors. But now, Dongbua Shui-ing could not resist against the emperors at all. Those who could resist against the illusory realm could easily kill him. But even though many of the sky-floating islands had been destroyed, during the process of being destroyed, quite a number of them had memorized the illusory realm structure of that mysterious eye. There were more than 300 islands. Dongbua Shui-ing had completely memorized the illusory realm structure of the mysterious eye. There were 102 of them, including the 33 that he had discovered previously. There were a total of 135 mysterious eyes. And according to the information provided by the Blood Flame clan, he had already explored more than half of the sky-floating islands with the mysterious eyes. At this moment, Dongbua Shui-ing stopped exploring. Fan Clan Magic Mountain. Under the short, burning, heart god tree, a white-robed young man sat cross-legged. At this moment, Dongbua Shui-ing had all his avatars focused on comprehending the illusory realm. The reason why he stopped exploring was because he had entered a state of enlightenment. Among the 135 mysterious eyes illusory realm structure, there were 82 gray eyes and 53 golden eyes. The quantity of these illusory realms was so high that Dongbua Shui-ing fell into a state of enlightenment. He focused on comprehending and was not disturbed by the outside world. And in his heart, a unique illusory realm was gradually forming. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Chapter 1228. As he fell into a state of enlightenment, inspiration kept appearing. This unique illusory realm was also being replenished. Countless laws and profound mysteries were fused into it. The mirage and illusory realm techniques that Dongbua Shui-ing executed in the past had never been this complicated. But this time, after accumulating so much and seeing the illusory realm constructed by the mysterious eyes, he had sunk into a frenzy. This state of enlightenment lasted for a total of 100,000 years, until that huge illusory realm was completely formed in his heart. 1. A disc-shaped, hazy illusory world appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was beautiful and resplendent. Furthermore, its existence made Dongbua Shuiying's soul more condensed. After absorbing the heart blood of myriad tentacles Dragon Mother, Dongbua Shuiying's soul had improved for the first time. The Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm was also a Tao of the soul. As it improved, it would also improve one's understanding of the essence of the soul. This improvement would naturally transform the soul. I actually created such an illusory realm. Dongbua Shuiying could feel the illusory realm condensed from the laws in his consciousness. He could not help but feel astonished and disbelief. This was created by me? Perfection. At this moment, Dongbua Shuiying's soul actually felt a vague sense of perfection. His soul and fleshy body were mutually nourishing each other. His fleshy body actually felt a gradual improvement. In the past, it was the fleshy body that nurtured the soul. At this moment, I actually feel my soul influencing my fleshy body, making my fleshy body stronger? Dongbua Shuiying was incomparably startled. In the past, he could not improve his fleshy body, no matter what. After all, by relying on the chaotic origin Tao scroll created by Emperor Summer and the supreme secret importation he obtained, the chaotic origin refinement body allowed his fleshy body to be comparable to the final realm in body cultivation. Now his fleshy body had improved once again. This time it was caused by his soul. This time the illusory realm I created has a partial feeling of perfection. Dongbua Shuiying was startled, but he understood that this was merely a vague feeling. It was because he had absorbed some of the mysterious aspects of the illusory realm structure from the gray eyes and golden eyes that he created this illusory realm. If my Tao of Mirage and illusory realm reaches the final realm, I'm afraid my soul will be truly perfected. Dongbua Shuiying had an epiphany. At this moment, he could vaguely feel a sense of perfection. It was like searching for flowers in the fog. He could vaguely feel the realm he was in. Once his soul was perfected, he was afraid that many mystical changes would occur. Under the burning heart divine tree, Dongbua Shuiying sat cross-legged. His heart was pounding, and he was looking forward to the perfection of his soul. But he remained calm. I have reached the apex in the Tao of Soul across the entire realm heart, great land. Moreover, I've already seen through the direction, and I've even touched upon perfection. As long as I spend enough time, I'll definitely be able to reach the final realm, definitely. That time, he had saved countless lives and freed them from the control of the Holy Master. Their souls had regained their freedom. That time he had seen the direction. This time he took another step forward and touched upon perfection. He even used the gains from the mysterious eyes to create an unprecedented illusion realm killer move. This world is too beautiful. Dongbua Shuiying could not help but have a thought. The mirage cosmos in his body immediately transformed. It followed the newly comprehended illusory world structure to alter the entire mirage cosmos. Being the creator with a thought, the mirage cosmos underwent a huge transformation. It actually expanded once again, and the flow of time within the mirage cosmos became faster. Many sentient beings were reproducing and cultivating within, of which there were many outstanding geniuses appearing. This illusory world gives me the urge to enter it. Dongbua Shuiying thought, this illusory world technique, let's call it illusory world resplendent. Dongbua Shuiying thought, the world was resplendent and all-encompassing. Even cosmos gods would fall into it. Broken Teeth Mountain Range, another sky-floating island. Dongbua Shuiying was flying alone within the sky-floating island. A vast and resplendent illusory world had already spread around him, covering a region of 150 million kilometers. For Dongbua Shuiying to be able to maintain such a huge region under the suppression of the sky-floating island, one could see how powerful this illusory realm technique of Dongbua Shuiying was. This was the first killing technique he created in the Tao of Mirage and illusory realm. Even Dongbua Shuiying himself could not tell how strong it was. He could vaguely sense that it should have reached the third level in power. It even gave off a feeling of perfection. The true power of this technique could only be verified through actual combat. Who is that? Why? Why are there so many Death Disaster clansmen floating around him? Some experts from the Death Disaster clan saw a white-robed young man with a group of sleeping Death Disaster clansmen floating around him. A region of 150 million kilometers was huge. Those sleeping around Dongbua Shuang were all enveloped by the illusory realm. Naturally, they fell for the technique. They did not even have the time to discover Dongbua Shuang. And this expert was the first to discover Dongbua Shuang. He could see it from a distance of a few 100 million kilometers away. South, this winged Death Disaster clansman immediately teleported furiously towards Dongbua Shuang. Following that, Pada! He also fell asleep. He floated by the side of Dongbua Shuang. Just like that, Dongbua Shuang arrived at the clan's ground. Wow! The entire clan's ground was approximately 500 million kilometers. Dongbua Shuang's illusory realm domain had enveloped a small half of it. The moment he touched the illusory realm, large batches of those Death Disaster clansmen fell into deep sleep. They could not resist at all. The other experts from the Death Disaster clan outside the illusory realm domain saw their clansmen falling into deep sleep. They were so frightened that they immediately went to wake up their emperor. Who dares to intrude into the clan's ground? The emperor was a four-hooved, mutated beast with enormous black wings. Its scarlet eyes were staring at Dongbua Shuang. Its huge body was like a small mountain, and its aura was overwhelming. There were more than 10,000 Death Disaster clansmen floating around Dongbua Shuang. Naturally, Dongbua Shuang was being merciful. Even some of the Death Disaster clansmen, who did not have much intelligence, simply fell into his illusory realm. Emperor of the Death Disaster clan, I am here without any malicious intent. Dongbua Shuang said. He was deliberately delaying for time. His domain was too big, and he had long discovered that gray eye on this sky-floating island. This gray eye was also located at the top of a unique plant. He was observing and memorizing. Without any malicious intent, you actually allowed so many Death Disaster clansmen to be controlled by you? The emperor growled. He was slightly wary, since he could not discern the strength of this white-robed young man in front of him. That's right. In the past, the Death Disaster clansmen could at least sense the level 2 cosmos god aura of Dongbua Shuang. But now he was constantly maintaining this terrifying illusory realm. Under their senses, even Dongbua Shuang himself was part of the illusory realm. They could not sense his aura at all. With more than 10,000 Death Disaster clansmen floating around, even the emperor felt slightly apprehensive. He was not unparalleled. There were 8 great sages amongst the chaotic origin life forms. There were even supremes amongst the natives. Being the emperor of this sky-floating island, his intelligence was incredibly high. He disdained the pleas of the weak, but when facing an expert, he felt restraining fear instead. They aren't dead. They are merely sleeping. I came here just to collect some materials. As Dongbua Shuang spoke, he was also memorizing it. After a while, he finally memorized the entire structure of the illusory realm within that gray eye. Even though he had created his first killing technique, there was still a huge gap when compared to the illusory realm of that mysterious eye. Oh, right. Dongbua Shuang looked at the distant emperor, who was on high alert. I still have a very important matter. The emperor said solemnly, I've already allowed you to collect a type of material and leave. Is there anything else? I want to fight with you and see the gap between our strength. Dongbua Shuang chuckled. Fight? The emperor, who had been enduring for a long time, finally became infuriated. The temper of the Death Disaster clan was not good. It was only afraid of an expert. Hence, it was willing to pay some materials it did not care about to let this mysterious, white-robed young man leave. and now it actually wanted to fight? You are seeking death. This enormous, black-winged, four-hooved, mutated beast that was the size of a small mountain roared. It directly pounced towards Dongbua Shuang. Hong, the illusory realm that was intentionally shrinking, suddenly expanded at this moment, enveloping that emperor within. The scarlet eyes of the emperor immediately widened. It revealed a look of struggle, but following that, its wings softened and drooped down. Its eyes also dimmed. Its enormous body floated in midair before falling into a deep sleep. Dongbua Shuang let out a sigh of relief. I really succeeded? If not, it would have slapped me to death with a single slap. He had prepared himself for the possibility of his avatar being destroyed. And the outcome was, at least, this sky-floating island. It was swept away by him, including that emperor. Times. Chapter 1229. A sky-floating island was completely swept away. This was a miracle that no cultivator in Realm Heart, Great Land, had ever achieved. Even Emperor Summer and Undying Underworld Emperor could only fight to a draw with an emperor. It was too far-fetched to kill an emperor. It was possible for Undying Underworld Emperor to refine a Death Walker, though he did not succeed. Across the entire Realm Heart, Great Land, only Dongbua Shuang could achieve this. This was a killing technique from the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. It directly targeted the soul and willpower. Soul techniques were terrifying. Even supreme-graded secret importation, supreme-graded secret treasures, Deathwalkers, and others were useless against it, because when facing against a soul technique, one could only rely on one's soul. Even if one could resist against it, he would have to divert some of his heart force. Otherwise, he would fall into oblivion. His life and death were in the hands of the other party. The first time I entered Broken Teeth mountain range, my illusory realm had reduced the strength of that sky-floating island's emperor by 30%. Dongbua Shuang thought, and now I've finally created a great killing technique. It even gives off a partial feeling of grand perfection, yet it could cause an ordinary emperor to fall into oblivion. The opponent he chose to test was also at the standard of an ordinary emperor according to the intelligence provided by the Blood Flame clan. This was also the standard of the most commonly seen emperors across the sky-floating islands in Broken Teeth mountain range. My illusory realm killing technique is most effective in Broken Teeth mountain range. Looking at the large number of Death Disaster clansmen floating around him, and that enormous emperor who was floating in slumber, Dongbua Shuang was in high spirits. After being swept away by him, he would be able to take all the treasures on this sky-floating island. Not just this sky-floating island. There are many other sky-floating islands too. Dongbua Shuang was looking forward to it. Since he could sweep away this island, it meant he could sweep away many other sky-floating islands too. It was only in Broken Teeth mountain range that he could be this happy. In terms of resisting the illusory realm, cultivators were the strongest. The natives were much weaker, and the Death Disaster clan was even weaker. For instance, cultivators had reached the final realm in a Tao, reaching grand perfection. All of their souls were powerful, and their willpower had reached an unfathomable stage. Even though Dongbua Shuang's illusory world killer move was powerful, it even felt partially perfected. However, Dongbua Shuang reckoned that if he were to deal with a cultivator in the ultimate stage, the possibility of him directly sinking into depravity would be relatively low. He would only need to divert a portion of the cultivator's attention. It's already very powerful, be it an ordinary final realm expert or an invincible existence. Against my illusion realm killer move, they would suffer. Dongbua Shuang thought to himself, Eternal Night, Primogenitor, Ancestor Fan, Moonflower Monarch, and the others. Their soul was no different from an ordinary final realm cultivator. With the help of illusions. Dongbua Shuang was also doing his best to obtain some information from the slumbering Emperor consciousness. Aren't the Death Disaster clan too foolish? How can the information be so rough? He wouldn't have known if he hadn't checked. But the moment he did, he was shocked. This Death Destruction clan was truly a unique clan. The majority of the Death Destruction clan members were like wild beasts with low intelligence. The remaining elites of the Death Destruction clan might have some intelligence, but they were still barbaric and only knew how to eat, fight, and kill. Amongst them were the apex kings and emperors. Only then did they gain some understanding of the outside world. They knew about the surrounding native worlds, the fame of the 5 supremes and the 8 great sages. For instance, the natives had very detailed information on some sky-floating islands. As for the Death Destruction clan, they had very vague information on the surrounding areas. They only had an approximate understanding of the strength of their superpowers. This was also because the Emperor would occasionally go out to hunt and devour. His plan of obtaining detailed information from the Death Destruction clan had failed completely. Dongbua Shue Ing still managed to collect some precious treasures from this sky-floating island. In the following days, he went to many sky-floating islands. He wanted to visit all the sky-floating islands with mysterious eyes recorded in the information given by the Blood Flame clan. He even attempted to visit some sky-floating islands that he failed to visit previously, because this time he relied on his strength to fight. On a sky-floating island, only the Emperor could maintain his consciousness when facing against Dongbua Shuiying's illusory realm killer move. Ordinary emperors might be comparable in strength, but their willpower differed. Some with stronger willpower could maintain a strand of consciousness, but they could still slap Dongbua Shuiying to death with a single palm, because as long as they maintained a strand of consciousness, given their terrifying fleshy bodies, they could unleash 10% to 20% of their strength. That was sufficient to easily kill Dongbua Shuiying's avatar, and those with weaker willpower would not be able to resist and fall into oblivion. Even for those who could maintain a strand of consciousness, Dongbua Shuiying would usually control the life and death of a large group of Death Destruction clansmen to negotiate with the emperors. He was deliberately delaying for time. Hence, even if the avatars were killed in the end, most would first memorize the illusory realm structure of the mysterious eyes. In the blink of an eye, in just half a year, out of the 522 sky-floating islands where the mysterious eyes were recorded, Dongbua Shuiying had successfully memorized the illusory realm structure of 506 mysterious eyes. Of them, 329 were gray eyes and 177 were golden eyes. Even though he had memorized so many, in reality, many of them were deliberately delaying for time. In the end, more than 200 sky-floating islands could maintain a strand of consciousness. If I brought my chaotic origin weapon, Azure River, over here, I could get more treasures. Dongbua Shuiying thought. Those emperors could only maintain a strand of consciousness at 10% to 20% of their strength. If Dongbua Shuiying had his chaotic origin weapon, Azure River, he could survive. Naturally, he could collect more treasures if he could survive. It's just that, firstly, he did not dare to gamble. It would be terrible if he lost his chaotic origin weapon. Secondly, he did not care too much about the treasures. With his illusory realm-killing technique, he could be considered the #1 cultivator across the entire Realm Heart Great Land when it came to collecting treasures. Furthermore, all sorts of precious treasures would become meaningless once they reached a certain level. The cultivation realm was the foundation. I'm willing to use those treasures to exchange for my Tao of Void to reach the final realm. Dongbua Shuiying sighed inwardly. Even though he stood at an incredibly high level in the soul technique aspect and was an ultra-powerful expert in the Broken Teeth mountain range, he still desired to reach the final realm in his Tao of Void, because only by reaching the final realm could he escape with his friends and family before the origin world was destroyed. Final realm. My Tao of Void has already created 5 great killing techniques and a supreme secret impartation. When will I be able to reach the final realm? Dongbua Shuiying thought, perhaps it is time for me to enter closed-door cultivation. He had explored more than 500 islands. He had also experienced quite a few opportunities in the Tao Void. It's just that, because he had been exploring, he could not cultivate slowly. For instance, Swordmaster was currently in closed-door cultivation. Before leaving the Broken Teeth mountain range, I should pay a visit to that good friend of mine, Starlight World Master. Dongbua Shui Ing chuckled. That time when Undying Underworld Emperor attacked the Feishua city, Starlight World Master had stood out to help him. So, with a teleportation, Shui Ing traversed through a great distance and arrived at one of the many worlds belonging to the natives, the Starlight World. That time that Starlight World Master had once transmitted to Dongbua Shui in the location of the Starlight World. Furthermore, Dongbua Shui Ing had explored many sky-floating islands and collected some simple intelligence from the fallen emperors. At the very least, he was able to find out the distribution of worlds. The Starlight World was also a relatively famous natives' world.